Hey everybody, welcome back to another stream of Fear the Old Lores, a casual lore through of Dark Souls 3. Yesterday we finished off with the very first portion of Lorethrough Castle and killing the Dragon Slayer armor, so we kind of ended a little bit early, but that's actually kind of the normal time I'd like to stop after about 3 hours of talking through the lore, so yeah, completing the Dragon Slayer armor and right before the Grand Archives is a good place to stop because there's going to be a lot to talk about here. So, pretty interested in the Grand Archives. It's been a long time since I've been back through here. So, trying to piece together where it fits back into the lore is going to be kind of fun for me. So, I'm glad for everybody who's back in the stream again today already. Nymphalis, Mr. X, welcome back into the stream. I hope you're all having a good day so far. And so, was there anything else I was going to say? I thought there was something else that I was going to talk about at the beginning of the stream. Oh, yeah. So I am starting to look at some more of the raw text for the Dark Souls trilogy right here. So I started looking into a little bit of the curse stuff, and I do have some ideas about that. They're just kind of in their infancy right now with the curse, and I want to look into it a bit more. So I've been looking at, like, each time the character for curse comes up in Japanese, like Noroi or Ju is in, like, Jujutsu. So hopefully I'll find something there to give me like a better hint of what I'm looking for in terms of like coming to grips with what the curse actually is. Like I said, I do have some proto ideas, but I think it'll take a deep dive to really get my thoughts kind of crystallized on that. Immortus, welcome back. Greetings, final main character. Merc, welcome back as well. Time for head dunking. Yeah. And Flashy made it in time for the stream. Sweet. Okay, so continuing off yesterday, there is just this corpse right here. Actually, this one looks unique. That's really cool. So I'm going to assume we're going to get like an actual hunter-style item, whatever these guys are called, like an assassin item, a spy item. Because he's got the two Eastern-style swords. He's got like the black clothing on, all that, as well as like the hat. So the Grand Archives key, as well as the Gotthard twin sword. Gotthard? Interesting that it has two T's, but I thought there was something else that talked about Goddard that we looked at, but I can't think of what it is off the top of my head. Is small? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's really weird how they do have this organized a little bit, but whatever. I keep saying that. Keebler, welcome back to the stream. That's Blackhand Goddard. Okay. Mr. X says, make sure Patches knows where Grey Rat is before killing the Twin Princes if I want to buy from Patches ever again. Thank you for reminding me. Where is Grey Rat's corpse? Because I know, like, we sent him here for the final time, but I don't remember exactly where the corpse is, but I know we've got a little bit before we get to the Twinces. He is a friendly summon? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, we did send Grey Rat here, and thank you again, Mr. X. So these are the Goddard twin swords. Wow. The hunters known as the King's Black Hands wielded paired weapons. These belonged to Goddard, who fled the castle. Goddard rose quickly through the knighthood, no surprise to those who witnessed his swordsmanship. Just kind of interesting that he's just kind of dead here. And it says he fled the castle? Well, he didn't really seem to get very far. His set's kind of cool. And of course, I already had my binoculars out. Why wouldn't I? He blinked! That bitch is blinking! He's faking! He's faking! What kind of magic is this? Okay. That's funny. And we can't pull this down yet, because why ever would we have an elevator or contraption that works immediately upon encountering it? Day Warlord, welcome back to the stream. And, yeah. Effervescent, welcome as well. You said, you don't think I need to tell Patches about Grey Rat before the Twin Princes? He will return after you beat any boss. It's only if you tell him after... Oh, yeah. So, I might want to go back to the place now since we did just kill a boss with Grey Rat being missing. He will return after you beat any boss. It's only after you tell him after you've killed all the bosses that he won't return. Okay. Some people sleep with their eyes open. Oh, and I forgot to check out the key. But at least it doesn't get consumed in the 3 seconds it takes to do that. So, key to the main entrance to the Grand Archives of Lorethrough. With the fire fading and the spreading pus of man tainting the castle, the Grand Archives closed its doors for good. Today, only a few of its keys remain. This one likely belonged to Gotthard, one of the king's black hands who fled the castle. So, it's interesting that this calls it the spreading pus of man tainting the castle. Maybe that's the only time it's called pus of men directly? I don't remember, other than... Oh yeah, I forgot about this. We get the crystal stage again, and we can just chase him around the castle. Grand Archives, whatever. It's a little bit annoying, but it's really not that big a deal. As we come in, we see some more of like the wax statues, and that crystal asshole will keep trying to shoot magic at us. We get some more thralls. This one has like fiery weapon, and I think there's another one up here. I mean, he's obviously luring us into a trap. And so we can't go through this way. Why we got the little corpse just chilling over there. I guess we can get this now. More chunks. I don't really think I need them anymore unless I want to switch out my weapons, but it's always fun grabbing those. Well, let's go back this way for now. And Mr. X says, you do have to talk to Patches after sending Grey Rat out. It could be before or after killing Dragon Slayer armor. I'll talk to the... I mean, I'll warp back in a second when we kind of circle back around through here. Actually, I don't remember if I went back to the Fire Link, because I might be able to level up. Oh, it lived. Crystal Gem and Twinkling Titanite. Okay, that's sweet. Okay, so I already went back. So yeah, I'll just come through this area a little bit more, and then we'll have chances to go back to Fire Link. So this area kind of sucks, but I kind of like it. I don't know. It's a different vibe from a lot of their other stages, or whatever you want to call them. So we get some of these wax heads. You see that these using like Farron Dart style attacks. Oh, I'm out of stamina. I like that they have like the little candle heads are on fire when you first see them. Probably low on HP. Oh. Oh, I'm embered. I'm like, why do I have so much HP? Okay. And so we can dip our head into wax. So before we do that, I just kind of want to take a quick look around here. We got the other statue of a primordial serpent. Probably like ramped. Maybe Koth. I mean, to me, it wouldn't seem likely to be Koth just because, I don't know. There'd probably be more cooperation with Londor if that were the case, but we don't really get that so much. And Grand Archives is good PvP fun. More Titanite scales. Okay. Venom, welcome back, as well as Elda. You said, ahoy, you were just listening to the Fear the Old Lore playlist. Sweet. And Grey Rat will die at his last class, no matter what, right? Peace says, am I playing with invincibility mods? No, this is on PlayStation 4, so I don't have the luxury of being able to mod it. Yeah. I mean, an invincibility mod would be pretty nice for the lore run, but I don't know, it's also kind of fun watching me die or do stupid shit and dying for it. And P-Sequel says, oh, you thought I was on PC, you just assumed he was playing HUDless for videos, it'd be more convenient. Yeah, I am playing HUDless because I am also recording the footage for the lore, essentially, later on, but just kind of struggling with knowing how much HP I have and, you know, kind of dealing with it that way. I'm trying to remember which way I want to proceed to collect everything. So, Let's just dunk our head in wax for now. I don't think it really matters at this point quite yet. Until I go into like that room over there. But we can see that we got like our heads actually covered in the wax, so we look like those dudes that were doing it themselves. It's kind of cool. So there's a shiny item over there, which is where I'm going to head to. And I missed. Fight Night Junk. Okay, so this one doesn't connect to anywhere yet. I don't remember how the layout changes exactly. I just wanted to go up and jump down those steps because it looks fun. So we get some more of the like cathedral style nights. Oh, he's killing me. I need to play better. Not like that, not like that. Go on that, and then I let go of my L button. Yeah, I'm playing like crap. Okay. That should be good enough. Ooh, wow. The Night Helm, the armor, and a shard. I'm telling you guys, that 11 luck build. I don't think we got any of those just yet. Oh, we got the helm already. So maybe it's just the armor that's new. Oh, I guess we already did have... Oh, wow, we had a lot of them. Okay, so I was wrong. So the knight has served as one of the three pillars since ancient times and shares place alongside the wyverns as a symbol of Lothric. Only those possessing a knight's resolve are fit to wear this garment. Okay. El DeGusto says, you only just noticed the scurrying beasts are the crystal lizards of Bloodborne. You wonder how they're made. Maybe children turned beasts? Yeah, it's kind of weird. Somebody was thinking like maybe Titanite kind of serves as the linchpin of reality in these games. Just because like you can see the crystal lizards will like disappear if we chase them and don't kill them. I thought that was a cool idea. I don't know how I really feel about it, but I think it's a cool idea. I tend to forget who says what during my stream, so I feel kind of guilty about that. So this is where we were a little bit ago. Those thralls were... Oh, okay, not in this room yet. Get the crystal chime. We also got the crystal gem, so I might take a look at that. Is this room actually a dead end? It might be. Which would be a good thing, because I probably wanted to look at some of the weird things. I guess not. Yeah. Okay, so this room's a dead end, which is fine. Fine. Let me check out the chime, and then we'll look at the gem, hopefully. Zephyl says, I can do that in Earthen Peak Ruins. Do what exactly? Sorry. Mr. X says there's a slab in this area. Sweet. RNGesus. And Elda says, it's funny you don't scald and suffocate dunking your head in wax. Well, maybe you keep your mouth open? That sounds worse, actually. Slab is behind the bath? Okay. Soliloquy says there's 3 slabs in the archives, one on the bottom floor opposite the big wax pool, one from the golden angels on top, and one at the bottom of the final elevator shaft before the twin princes. Okay. The crystal chime is interesting. Does Sekiro have a crystal lizard equivalent? I don't remember. I don't think so. That's... like the paper dolls are kind of similar, but I mean, they're definitely not. There's... have completely different roles, but yeah. Merc says 3 slabs in one area. FromSoft have come a long way since Pure Stones. Yeah, okay. SG, welcome back to the stream. You said Sekiro doesn't have crystal lizards or anything. Okay, I didn't think so, but yeah, having a little bit of an existential crisis trying to remember. Though there are the poisonous lizards. Okay. So this is the crystal slime. It's a sacred chime once the possession of Gertrude, the heavenly daughter, and defiled by the scholars of the Grand Archives. The power of crystals granted the scholars a degree of success. In this case, their work enabled the chime to be suitable for casting both miracles and sorceries. So this is kind of more on me for trying to like remember what's used for what. So talismans are for prayers as well as chimes, generally speaking. But Kaithas is a bit for both. I mean, it uses both intelligence and faith, which, I mean, that happens sometimes. And the crystal one uses both, which I'd expect it to be with crystals, it'd be more associated with sorceries, which is why it's able to use sorceries as a chime, I guess, for faith. So I guess they try to combine both. It's kind of weird. A little bit interesting, though. I don't remember what it was like in Dark Souls 1. That might be interesting to compare those two versions of the crystal thing. So I think to get the slab later on, I might need to change the layout of the area. I don't remember. But coming into this room is pretty cool. I guess I need to come over here. So these hands will deal a curse to us, but since we have the wax on, that kind of prevents it, which is super crazy to think about. So these books are possessed, which is also weird to try to figure out. Wasn't there like a secret entranceway? I know that there is, I just don't remember how to activate it off the top of my head. I think there might have been like a lever or something. Oh, come on. Twinkling Titanite and the Chaos Gem. Oh, sweet. I totally look at the crystal one as well. Since I wasted a decent amount of time, I'll go back and dunk my head. Because getting cursed is just kind of annoying, really, if you know like how it works. So Merc says you don't upgrade your sword in Sekiro. Yeah, you kind of use it for, I mean, like, just your weapon arts, but those are different things. So the blue lapis. Yeah, you can kind of use the blue lapis lazuli to upgrade some of the prosthetic tools and stuff. SG says, to be honest, Sekiro and Bloodborne are very streamlined as compared to the Dark Souls games. Your ranking is always Bloodborne, Sekiro, then Dark Souls 3. I like Dark Souls 3 more than Sekiro, but I think it might be more for like the lore differences mostly. Sekiro is a great game. It's just kind of apples and oranges and a bit difficult for me to compare them. Zephyl says, in Dark Souls 2, Kaitha's chime is used to cast hexes. Okay. That's cool, because I mean that kind of works with like the Cathedral of the Deep taking over Kaitha's stuff then. Does it still use intelligence in that one? And also agreeable with miracles that lean towards the dark. Okay. I wish I'd said which archbishop it was. I mean, I could probably figure that out, but I would just need to like look through the text a lot more closely. And as she says, the hands were there in the Sekiro as well as near the snake cave. And Mr. X says, there's an invisible wall in that room where you were just in. It's to the left after going in. Okay, I did remember it was somewhere around there. Red said, talismans have poise cast. Chimes have regen weapon skill, except for the special exceptions like the white hair talisman. Okay. And Peace Eagle says, you think in terms of gameplay and theme, they're trying to be very different, and both Bloodborne and Sekiro are more focused on combat and less on expression like in Dark Souls. They still exist, just not as much of a focus. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Dark Souls 3 mechanically is a lot more like focused on combat to a certain extent, but was I going to look at the gems? Finally. Alright, so a gem of infused titanite introduced to Lothric by the Crystal Sages, and crystal weapons inflict magic damage and scale effectively with intelligence. So that kind of goes with sorceries a bit more. So not too much information about that, but it's kind of interesting that it's brought to Lothric by the Crystal Sages, of all things. I don't think there's anything else too crazy. Chaos weapons inflict fire damage and scale with intelligence and faith. That just kind of goes hand in hand with some pyromancy, I suppose. And then, like, the fire gems can be found in rare cases inside demons. Lightning gems are found in the aftermath of dragon hunt, so maybe dragons themselves are kind of related to lightning in some way. Maybe that's why they're weak to lightning. Or maybe it's because they hit the dragons with lightning, it caused something within the dragons to become more infused with lightning. That would kind of make more sense to me. Found in the dregs of the Cathedral of the Deep. Okay. So blood gems were slurped by Irithel slaves. Used in infusion. Okay. Okay, so I think that's pretty close for now. So there is a lever. Okay, I thought there was a lever somewhere. P-Sequel says 4 a.m. you needs to proofread some more. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. And Zephyl says, you think there are 3 archbishops mentioned in Dark Souls 3, McDonald and Klimt, and you don't remember the third one. I thought those were archdeacons, so this one would have probably not been affiliated with the Cathedral of the Deep. That's just kind of my off the top of my head knowledge, though. I don't. Wow. So I don't know how accurate that is. Twinkling Titanite. I might need to pull out the torch again, but I think there's like an annoying enemy up these steps that I might want to kill first. Another Titanite scale, which is pretty nice. Not that I'm using those weapons, at least not yet. I don't remember if it was actually in this room where we'd pull the lever or someplace else. So just another chunk. I'm trying to remember if it was actually going to be something decent. Didn't think it was up here. Oh, there it is. Thought it was somewhere over there. Just a little bit hard to see that in the dark. Bat rolls are top tier. Maybe I want to pull this out for now. Nothing too crazy in here. It looks like there's just a bunch of bones, which is interesting, I guess. That one's pointing backwards. It should not eat me. Oh, what's up with these bulls, though? Okay. Let's check out this guy right here. Power within. Sweet. And the witch's locks. Oh yeah, we need to buy the other miracles from what's-her-face? Arena. Okay. Blank says Royce is the third one. Thank you, Blank, and also welcome back to the stream. And Red says McDonald, Klimt, and Royce were the Archdeacons of the Deep. They're called Archbishops in Japanese, though. The Archbishop mentioned in the Kaitha chime is the Archbishop of Kareem. Okay, thank you very much. They probably changed it from Archbishop to Archdeacon in translation to avoid confusion with the Kareem Archbishop. That would make sense, and that's the kind of localization that, like, I don't mind too much. I mean, yeah. P-Sequel says, you ever just be playing Dark Souls, or the more you die to a boss, the more you want some chicken nuggets? No. And Flashy says, it's in the previous room where I killed the lizard. Go back down. Okay. And Zephyl says, you mistake the Archbishop Morn and the Archdeacons Royce, Climpton, McDonald. Your mistake. So is it Morn? Now I want to check. I don't think we have a stuff because we didn't kill Egon in this playthrough, technically speaking. We don't have a stuff right now, otherwise I'd double check. So yeah, Power Within. Forbidden pyromancy amongst those who internalize the flame. Temporarily boost attack, but gradually lose HP. A pyromancer fears the flame, however this fear subsides once it is accepted as a substitute for strength. So this just kind of connects some of that idea of like the flame and fear being linked together, and it looks pretty similar to Karthus Beacon actually. At least the little thing right there. So this is a pretty strong spell. Not so good for HUDless play though. I think there's only like one other dark room that we'll come to later, so probably unequip the torch again. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get cursed right quickly, but I mean, who doesn't want to be a wax head? Saturn, welcome back to the stream. And okay, so Morn was the Archbishop's apostle. Okay, thank you very much. And so Mr. X says, buy all the miracles from Orbeck as well, so he'll go to the Grand Archives. Yeah, there's one more book that we need to get in here that we haven't gotten yet, but that is also on the to-do list. So I appreciate the reminder. Oh yeah, so we can actually get hit a little bit from the Crystal Sage. I think I normally just YOLO'd it. Okay, so I want to kick down this ladder. I think I'm going to YOLO past everything, go hit the Sage a couple times, and then probably get wrecked by a damn, what's it called? Brawl. So there's one up there with a flaming flamberge. Ooh, I thought I was gonna get it first. Ow. I don't know if I want to go through there yet. Yeah, I might as well. And that guy's not going to bother me. Okay. That's the second Crystal Sage defeated. Cool guys don't look at explosions. We got the Crystal Scroll, which is what we need for Orbeck, which is what Mr. X was talking about. Yeah, I might as well heal. Taking a decent amount of damage. Oof. Don't want to go that way just yet. I think it's this way. Ow. I was going to say I could drop down now, but I think right here is the elevator. Pretty sure? Yeah, okay. That down for now. That's the way forward. I probably actually wanted to go down that way for now. No, I can just use the little shelves again. Okay, going back to the chat. Ascension, welcome back to the stream. Nightbot, thank you for telling me to fix my posture, and enjoy your lurk. Mr. X says, this next lever opens up the slab in the front of the first bath. Okay. And Red says, if you remember correctly, Archbishop used for the Kareem Archbishop means a Catholic Archbishop, while the Archbishop used for the Archdeacons is a Protestant Archbishops. You might have them the wrong way around. Yeah, that's, like, quite honestly, I don't know the ranks of the church in either Catholic religion or, like, Protestantism very well. So that's the kind of thing where, like, even if I look at the Japanese, I don't exactly know what that means in English. So, yeah, I'll probably need to do a little bit of research on my own to actually figure out what the hell the differences are. But yeah, I appreciate that comment there. So let's go for the little lizard. Scales. I don't know if I need to go back up just because I did the lizard, but not need to. Pretty sure I don't need to go this way. Oh no, it just connects back around, I think. Okay. All well and good. And so gray rat's ashes are visible from the balcony behind. Okay, I thought the gray rat stuff was out like on the roof. I just didn't remember exactly. Strict right here. And I think we can jump onto that little thing right there. Finite scale. Okay. Tri-finger butthole. It's a little bit different without those kind of notes here right now. Trying to think of maybe like this. It'll look better. Maybe I'm just trying too hard. Who knows? Homeward bone. Okay, yeah, that was insignificant. So yeah, those ones are gray rat's ashes, if I remember correctly. So this is where the sage was. Okay, that's how I normally ganked it. Like I just climb up the ladder and then come down. Where's the thrall? Weird. Just books? Okay, there it is. Oh no, we're in a different spot. Chunks, some more wax. I think there's a lever over here to move these books, or maybe that's down below someplace. That. Maybe I did want to climb up. Try thrust attack. Thank you. Needed that. Light night scale. Oh, my backs just fell off. Just vanished, whatever. Driving stone, which is cool. Alright, so this is where we drop down for the sage guy. So I'm going to go back out, maybe back to Firelink Shrine to give Orbeck the scroll, as well as buy from Arena. Oh, well, I'll just use this. And I need to read the crystal scroll before we hand it to Orbeck. So that opens up the slab down by the bath. Okay. Crystal Scroll is the secret scroll of the Grand Archives of Lothric. Give to a sorcerer to learn crystal sorceries. These sorceries are the work of the Pale Drake, Seath the Scaleless, whom Logan is said to have met, a branch of sorcery that has been carried on by the Crystal Sages. So, I think the other half of like Logan's work was found in the Profane Capital, and that's what we've already given to Orbeck. So these are going to be the more like crystal style magics, which is gonna have some pretty cool like lore implications. Oh, and before I forget, because I certainly forgot yesterday. Okay. And I don't think I have another shard, but
Ah, 'tis good, wasn't he?
okay,
Pretty be careful.
good. Go see Arena first. Just to buy all those damn miracles.
Oh, Champion of Ash, welcome back. Do you wish to hear a tale? These are only the little...
Want to buy the good ones. We already checked those out. Damn, we get a lot of echoes in the archives.
These are dark tales of things that lurk deep within men. Of the little... These are of the little creatures. Thank you ever so. May your soul...
Oh, I think she might have said something different there.
Oh, do you... These are only the little the little creatures that nibble at me in the darkness. Thank you ever so much, sweet champion. May your solemn duty conclude in triumph.
Okay. Not too important, but it's always nice to have that footage if for whatever reason I wanted to use it. And then next we get, what's his face? Orbeck. Talk to. Alright. Mr. X says go back to the illusory wall, don't buy the bad ones. Yeah, Soul Echoes. Protag fucked up Arena. Oh no, oh god, oh fuck.
Back again, I see. Perfect timing, too. I'm in need of a diversion.
Anyway, she'll get a bad ending if I buy those miracles. Yeah, we've already shown that off on one of the Saved Scum things that I did, just to get the footage for that.
Unfathomable. This is a crystal sorcery, created by the Pale Dragon, thought only to exist in legend. I am ever grateful to you. This is truly sublime. I am afraid this is a debt I cannot repay, only I will be sure to unravel it for you. Just a moment. Oh, I have something for you. You're a fine sorcerer now, no mistake. You should have something to prove it. Go on. If I'm giving something away, you'd better well take it.
The Young Dragon Ring. Sweet.
How do you like gimmicks, friend? This is a sign, a cipher, employed by sorcerers who use quietude to their advantage.
Silent Ally. Thing. I don't remember getting this. A Slumbering Dragon Crest Ring. Damn it.
With this, you can be sure to tell friend from foe from your very first encounter. It's a very old practice at this point, but one that you deserve to know. In Vinheim, I was an assassin, a sorcerer only in name, a killer for hire. What a fool I was, thinking one day I would learn real sorceries. When I became undead, I was exiled from the school. But here I am, now, exploring the depths of sorcery. All thanks to you, I might add. Again, I'm Orbeck of Vinheim, here to teach you sorceries. Let us begin with the basics. The ideal sorcerer bears the twin faces of the dragon. Oh, you could at least act as if you're paying attention. Again.
Okay. I thought I'd already seen that dialogue, I just didn't remember. So that was all of his stuff right there. Could somebody clarify, like, if we kill him right now, or like if we do all of his, if we buy all of his items, screw it, we'll probably just do both. So if we buy all of his sorceries, does he have a special ending? Like, I mean, or do we just, like, find him somewhere? Or can we just kill him now, after we buy the sorceries, to give his ashes or whatnot to Yuria to get the Morian blade without repercussions? Because that's the kind of thing I definitely don't remember. Konbanwa, Phobos. Nice to see you again. You said he dies if he finishes the quest line. Yeah, I thought he died. I just don't remember how exactly that worked out. Because I think, like, if you leave him die on his own, like, it doesn't help with the Yuria stuff. So that's why I just saved it right there to show off both versions, I guess. Red says he'll leave after you buy all his spells, then he'll die and you can find his ashes after the twin princes are killed. Okay. So I'll probably want to come back here later that... Fuck. Oh, okay. My man just popped out of the sky. Okay. I was super worried. So... what do I want to do? I'll probably only buy 2 of them. I think I can only buy 2 of them actually right now. Which will be good. And then I'll save the last one for right before we fight the Twin Princes. Then I'll fight them again. And yeah, I'll just do it that way. So before I forget, let's actually read these now, because I probably would. Johnny Thane, welcome to the stream. He said, his ashes appear in the library at the end of his quest. Think you can kill him just before then? No issues. Okay. Yeah, I'll just do both versions. And so, for the footage, really. You can give them to Yuri right now if I want. Yeah. He just won't show up as a summon. Oh, summoning him would be kind of cool, I think. So that's another incentive to do it that way. Alright, so homing crystal soul mass. And thank you, everyone. This sharpens homing soul mass via crystallization. Releases a homing crystal soul mass. Crystal soul mass has piercing qualities. According to the Crystal Sages, Old Big Hat achieved enlightenment within the Regal Archives, where he came to find the quintessence of sorcery and the facets of a certain crystal. It's kind of interesting that it mentions that, like, the crystal still exists. Well, I guess the crystal would have had to been broken to kill Seath. But I guess... I mean, of course, this is written in a way that's more like hearsay than actual fact compared to some of the other item descriptions with the whole according to the Crystal Sages. But it might have been possible that Logan looked at the primordial crystal, which drove him mad in addition to his research, or maybe he figured out the way to make one, which is why he went mad. After we let him roam the archives in Dark Souls 1. So, kind of interesting stuff to think about. Okay, I thought it was in this description. Maybe it was in Dark Souls 1, Homing Crystal Soul Mass, where it talks about, like, it's being closer to the nature of life. Something along those lines. So, that's why it chases things. Okay, no, it's this one, just the regular homing soul mass. This sorcery may offer clues to what Logan sought, but further investigation suggests its attraction to living things mirrors the nature of the dark. So I think you can extrapolate from that with the homing soul mass, like when it approaches having a kind of life of its own, when you delve too deeply into the magic of any of the schools, and once it has its own life, it'll seek out other forms of life, and that's what gives it the homing properties. I think that's pretty apparent when we look at the Profane Flame and Homing Soul Mass. I don't remember if there's a miracle other than just... I guess you could say that the Dark Miracles or the Hexes are like that as well, and it's a lot more explicit in Pursuer's, aka Affinity. I forget what version it's called in this game. And then, yeah. El Gusto says, Johnny Thane is your avatar a mix of Carl and Undertale? It's kind of hard to tell. It does kind of look like that. And then you said shards of the crystal could have been recovered by Logan. Yeah, that's also a possibility. Red says the most interesting part of that description is that he's described as both mad and achieving enlightenment, while Mia just describes Logan as achieving enlightenment, if you remember correctly, in the interview. So, yeah, with that, I think when we look at games like Bloodborne, where there's not much of a distinction between madness and enlightenment, I kind of find it interesting that he's described as, being enlightened, but when we fight him, you could say that he's gone hollow and mad, but I think that's probably two sides of the same coin, and so maybe he became enlightened by going mad, because that's kind of a trope that's somewhat popular in Buddhism too. But I guess going mad and not being like a sapient and being benevolent is more of like the path of too much attraction, or not too much attachment to whatever it is you're focusing on. But that's just kind of my perspective on that. But thank you again for bringing that up. And Cameron McConnell, welcome back to the stream. You said, did I talk about the Waxhead guys and why they do it? Does it have something to do with knowledge of being too powerful? We haven't talked about that in depth quite yet, so it's probably good that you brought that up, because we'll just go back there and then do it that way.
Promise to stay safe.
And I think I might need to actually reload this area for Irina to do her stuff. Like, actually reload it and not just... Okay, so she's gone from here. So she might be in the tower now, which will be fine. It'll probably have to load because I was just down below. Okay, no, it did. So yeah, when we go back to the archives, I'll try to talk a bit more about the wax scholars.
Oh, sweet champion of ash, let souls be your strength. Oh, let's... Oh,
This is gonna suck. I shouldn't have grabbed those. Oh well. I could reload it.
champion of ash.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reload it, since I just did that. Sorry, I'm still kind of here. I don't know, I'm having like a lot of internet issues right now. Alright, I think we're good now. That was really weird, like OBS got disconnected from my computer for a second. So... Alright, yeah, I seem to be fine now, so that was really weird. Yeah, I guess my internet just dropped for a moment, because I was at like 300 bytes per second. Alright, so my answer might have gotten cut off a bit, so I'll just re-say it, Phobos. Yeah, so I think Mr. X yesterday said, it's as soon as you give her the Lothric Braille Divine Tome, and only that one, that's necessary to make her become a true Firekeeper, which would be kind of interesting if it's really only that one instead of like all of the light ones. So if you give her the good tomes and then buy only the good miracles, she becomes like a Firekeeper, which is pretty crazy, and I mean, we'll have a bit to talk about with that, which I'll show off here in a moment. And Elda says, does her soul change if you kill her before and after she's a Firekeeper? That's a good question. I probably should have killed her since I was going to reload it anyway. Did we rebuy his crap? No, we didn't. Okay. Ask Grit. Yes, Grit. Sounds like a problem for future me. So yeah, the Lothric Divine Tome, if that's what makes her become a true Firekeeper, that's kind of interesting. Like, I wonder if there's a lore significance to that, especially with, like, you know, Gertrude being a holy maiden or a heavenly daughter, something along those lines. I think I already have my binoculars out still. So I'll get closer. So yeah, she changes her clothes because, I mean, any good transformation requires a new wardrobe to go along with it.
Oh, sweet champion of ash. Let souls be your strength.
So we actually can level up with her and all that. I mean, I'm not going... Oh, actually, I guess I will, since I'll just reload it. Oh, she doesn't have any, like, parting dialogue. So I do wonder if she's blind, and, like, that's what her eyes are supposed to represent. Like, maybe this is... Excuse me. Maybe this is what all Firekeepers look like beneath the mask. And, yeah, going back to that idea of what the Firekeepers are like and all that, let's go look at those robes again. But the Firekeepers were robbed of light to better serve as vessels for souls. Only those who cherished the writhing, searing darkness were given the Keeper's black attire. So, it's interesting that we know Irina was, like, deathly afraid of, like, the wriggling darkness within her, and if we give her all of the deep tomes and the dark hexes, miracles to learn, she'll ask for Egon to kill her. So we know for a fact that at the very least she did not seem to cherish the writhing, searing darkness within her, which is kind of interesting to me why she would eventually become a Firekeeper by, like, continuing to go down this path. And so maybe there's something within the Lothric miracles which changes that? I don't know. I really don't know what to make of that. So Red says, the main Firekeeper can't be killed, but you're pretty sure Irina can. I think she can as well. And Mr. X says, you never tried killing Irina, so you wouldn't know for sure. The maiden in black was a Firekeeper. So you said, is the stream quality suddenly really low? So it seems to be better for me. I mean, I did drop for a second, and then I, like, restarted OBS and all that. So you might want to refresh the stream. So, okay. Let's go ahead and do a terrible, terrible thing again. Try to make it... We pick up Irina's ashes. Tower key. I don't know if these ashes are going to be different. Irina was a frail woman. This frailty led to her becoming a saint of Kareem and to her grand treachery. Yeah, I don't know what that treachery is. Maybe it's because she didn't become a Firekeeper originally. But I mean, I think this is the exact same description as the one we got from when we killed her before. So I mean, I guess I don't need to reload it for Irina, because I mean, that really is the end of her quest line there. But I did level up when I didn't really need to, so I might just reload it anyway. But I'll give these the ashes to the handmaiden. See if there's anything super different that she gives us. I don't remember if there is.
Ah.
So we'll probably be able to buy, like, all the miracles and whatnot again. I'm just doing this right now to have somewhat of a decent memory of what was in here.
Gracious and almost as... Oh, I'm sure.
So yeah, we do get all those miracles, and we can't buy them again because we've already bought them, which is kind of cool. Deep Protection and Miracle. Or Deep Protection and Gnaw. Interesting that we can get these ones again. Huh. This really makes me wonder. Maybe Irina did have these two spells, like, in her knowledge. That's kind of trippy. Washing pole. Oh, we got that a long time ago. And probably her ring. Okay, yeah, Saint's ring. I don't think there's anything else too different. Oh, we can buy more and stuff? Oh, probably because we're done with like the Egon stuff. Modeled on Morn, the Archbishop's apostle. So, whoever the Archbishop of Kareem is or was, might be who they were talking about in that one item from earlier.
Ashen one.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and reload it. Alright, so in Nymphales you refresh, it might be your internet. Okay. Mr. X said, did I buy her Bad Miracles? No, I didn't. I mean, I gave her the tomes, but I didn't actually buy hers. And Elda says, isn't Arena from the past for like time being all convoluted? It's hard to say. I don't think so, but who really knows? Red, all the screams sound like laughs compared to the harrowing bloodlet death the whale. After Arena becomes a firekeeper, you can find Egon dead in her old cell in Undead Settlement. Damn it, I should have gone back. Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to Carla. And I mean, we've done that once before, I think, with the Dark Miracles and everything. Damn it, now I'm gonna have to kill Arena again, just to go see Egon, since we can buy his armor. I should have looked at chat before I just quit back out. KT Shrew, welcome back. You said, Naw is interesting because when you originally talked to her in Undead Settlement, she describes the dark as biting her like insects, something along those lines. And yeah, that idea of like the dark kind of biting her like insects is something that comes up quite a lot in the games. Even in Dark Souls 1, they use that term to describe like how humanity bites people in that game. I don't remember the context exactly. I don't think it was the Firekeeper's souls in that one, but I looked up the term in Japanese just because like I'd never seen it before. It's like mushibamu, which it's literally like bug ridden or like bug eaten, and so we don't really have like a good equivalent for that in English. Actually, this will work out if we kill her, because I don't need to reload it after this, so... Tower key. Tomes. Talk to Carla. And then go see our friend Morn. Not Morn, Egon. And it's also interesting that we can't give Arena the Firekeeper's eyes. So it might be because she's not tied to a bonfire. Like, it's really hard to try to piece where all of that should actually fit in together sometimes. Let's talk to our sad girl.
Ah, hello again. Thank goodness. Yes. Yes. You require my sorceries, I presume? Oh, is this a divine tome? What on earth are you thinking? I wouldn't go near a divine tome, or any so-called miracle. And casters of miracles are sure to steer clear of me. So please, don't torture me so. Ah, you. How could you? Oh. I know. I know. I owe my life to you. Fine then. But just this once, I will tell you this tale. But do understand, it will be my first time. I'll have no sniggering should I err. Ah, you. How could you? Oh. I know. I know. I owe my life to you. Fine then. But just this once, I will tell you this tale. I'll have no sniggering should I err. There is one thing that you should know. There is a darkness with...
Got it. I've already looked at those before, so I'm not too worried about that now. So yeah, from Carla we can get all those like dark miracles and like the dark pyromancies again. So I'm not worried about that right now. So yeah, I kind of trailed off in the midst of that thought. So that idea of like the humanity and whatnot being like wriggling bugs or insects does also come up in the context of like the Pontiff's curved blades. Not Pontiff, but probably just like Earthil curved blade, something like that. Pontiff Knight curved sword. So the large blade appears to be eaten away by insects, making it lightweight but also brittle. So that term like eaten away is the same character in Japanese, and it's just very on brand for like things related to the deep and the dark to use that term. And yeah, so like the darkness of man eats away at people, probably like their very essence. So it's kind of interesting that like their swords are actually affected by it. So let's go to see Morn, or damn it, Egon. Will be the closest way. Dilapidated bridge, dead settlement. Maybe this way? Yeah, let's try it. Red says you don't have to give any to her at all if I want her to be a firekeeper. Only the light tomes are necessary. Oh, so you're talking about the dark ones. Okay, I was like, what? You don't have to give her any tomes? I don't remember that. Okay. And Colt, welcome back. You said you can't believe you never knew you can make Arena a firekeeper after over 1,000 hours in Dark Souls 3? Really? That surprises me. Like, I mean, I know it's super easy to miss, but I feel like the people that like go super deep into it probably would have at least heard about it. Maybe from somebody like Vati, at least? I don't know. And 33 Max Man, welcome back to the stream. So Red says we can see that Egon has come over here. Oh, that's pretty cool. Thank you very much for telling me, because I totally would have forgotten about that. Make this cinematic somewhat. Maybe this way, better angle. Rip. Okay. Yeah, thank you again. Because I would have definitely forgot about that. Alright, now let's just go back to the shrine. Because I should have bought Orbix stuff, but I forgot. And then we'll go back to the archives. Red said you had no idea that Irina gave you the Dark Tomes back if she became a Firekeeper after you gave them to her, to be honest. So you're still learning things after 4,000 hours of play? Yeah, so I think I learned about that from Vextra, honestly, or maybe it was one of the other wikis, that you could give her the tomes as long as you don't have her, like, actually read them, I guess. So yeah, it's definitely cool that we're all learning stuff.
Back again, perfect.
Got 7,000. I might buy some more embers, maybe not. Oh, we should talk to Patches. That's what you guys said. So proud of myself for suddenly remembering that. Got the Slav squat going on again.
Hey, what happened to Grey Rat anyhow? I haven't seen him at all lately. Well, if you know where he scurried off to, be sure and tell me. But I need to stock up, and if he's gone and croaked, he'll have left a gold mine.
Ever the opportunist. So we could tell him or we can don't tell him. I think we need to tell him. I don't remember. Maxman says, what hijinks, lowjinks, and general horseplay are we up to today? So killing pseudo firekeepers, you know. Okay, so I do need to tell him. Thank you, Mr. X.
Off to Lothric, the castle of no return. That old thief's lost it if he thinks he has a chance in there. It's not like he's new to this game. What's got into him?
I know, I kind of like how on the nose that line of dialogue is. Coming from Patches, it just works really well.
That old thief. He's really lost it this time. That old thief. He's really lost it this time.
Okay, so we can't purchase anything from Patches right now, which is fine. And then we just need to come back to Orbeck for fighting the Twin Princes. Alright, now we gotta remember where that actual warp is. Okay. Well, Phobo says, you wish this tome stuff was done differently. They really didn't need dark tomes. They could have just had Carla make dark magic from the same tomes as the others. And that's just you. You like those types of commitment games. And Colt says, it's curious lore-wise why undead hunter charms put mimics to sleep in the first place. Yeah, we actually tested that out yesterday. I don't think you were in the stream. That was super fun, actually, being able to see the mimics fall asleep with their mouths open. They're really cute. I've kind of got a soft spot for that kind of a trope character of like the mimics. Really cool to me. But also, I mean, this kind of goes in line with like one of my favorite characters in like Super Smash Brothers is Piranha Plant. But that was even before Smash, honestly. Playing Tetris Attack. Oh, did I not? Oh, damn it. That was so dumb of me. I forgot that, yeah, there's like another thing you need to do to actually open up the shortcut here. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, so even like in Tetris Attack, I like to play as Piranha Plant, and then Piranha Plant's one of my favorite characters in Super Smash Brothers. So I guess I just have a thing for carnivorous objects. Because neither are really animals. I don't know. Like you can, I guess maybe a mimic is, but so this time I'll get some more footage of just the wax dudes over by the pool. And now we should also be able to get the slab, so it kind of works out that I didn't go through the right way. So this dude isn't on fire. Let's get those iframes. So the dude that's on fire, he can use spells. Kind of cool. Bonk. "33 says, saving Grey Rat, are we? You must be ill if you're saving the characters. You feeling alright? No, Grey Rat's gonna die. No matter what we do. He's already dead. We've seen his corpse. But I mean, part of the reason for saving the characters, to killing the characters, is really to actually get the lore footage and to freak you guys out a little bit. We get the Titanite slab. I don't remember if I actually even read any of these. Alright, yeah, I'll just go through these now, since we've already looked at some of the other gems. The Titanite shards are fragments of the legendary slabs. Titanite is etched into weapons to reinforce. So those are the same. Few records of chunks exist, and once one was discovered in Lothric, the race to locate legendary slabs began, but there have been no reports of success. And Twinkling Titanite for weapon reinforcement, reinforces to +1. I guess there just wasn't a paragraph break. These unique weapons cannot be reinforced with ordinary Titanite, nor can they be infused, unless one uses this Twinkling Titanite, which reinforces these weapons without unraveling their inherent strength. Okay. And the scales are weapons forged by soul transposition can only be reinforced by titanite of the same kind. In rare cases, crystal lizards devour souls, growing to monstrous proportion and leaving these great scales. So this kind of reinforces that titanite is related to souls, and like crystal lizards eat souls. And so you can possibly infer that like even at the root of the world, like the minerals are made out of souls, or at least the special minerals are, I guess. And titanite slabs are smithing materials of the gods, and weapons reinforced with slabs will be admired no less than their precious legendary weapons. Okay. Let me get that thrall come down. So yeah, with Phobos, with the tomes, like, I don't know, you can just give the Dark Miracles to Carla. It's a little bit unintuitive because, like, as soon as you get an item, you want to use it. So it's probably, like, in people's natural interest to give it to Arena, which is probably why they did have it set up that way, for, like, people to screw up and then kind of, like, figure out later, oh, there's another person that could have used these. Or at least heard about it on the grapevine from, like, YouTube or whatnot. But yeah, it's definitely not very straightforward, especially with her being able to use both the Dark Sorceries, or Dark Miracles, as well as the Dark Pyromancies. And Red says, you had a bit of a debate about why the undead Hunter Charms block Estus healing and put mimics to sleep. You think your take was on it is that it numbs the will a little bit like the Numbing Mist in Bloodborne. That would make sense, yeah. Yeah, there should be some lore on why mimics nap. I think Red probably has, like, a really good grasp on like how you could reason that. It's like if everything is tied to the willpower, it would make sense that something that blocks willpower recovery, so to speak, would also put certain beings to sleep. Although I don't know if like the Hunter Charms work on more things, which is kind of weird to think about. I wish you could just have like a naturally flaming flamberge without like having to weapon infuse. Because the Thralls ones are really cool, honestly. So this is just a random telescope. That's cool. I think I'm gonna go back downstairs real quick to get some wax. Or is it the wax up here? Oh, the wax is downstairs, right? So Mr. X says they are the Numbing Mist of Dark Souls 3. And Colt says, what even is a Hunter Charm? It looks almost like a ball of ash. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to pull that item up in a second again. And Phobos says it's like how they handle soul weapons. That's kind of the thing you mean from a gameplay perspective? Yeah. I meant to do just the normal slash and screwed that up. Yeah, I was gonna go up to that staircase again and swing around over there because that tickled my memory. So thank you, Mr. X. And what is it? Oh yeah, the charm that we were gonna look at. It's hard to say, really. I mean, it does look like ash. But yeah, no idea, really. Was there anything over here? Oh, this is where we first came in, duh. No backstab. That's fine. Ooh, the scholar's robe. Sweet. Actually get some lore about those guys. Oh, because I was going to talk about those, but then we got distracted by, like, everything in the world. Alright. Need to fight one of these things, and then I need to remember to look at the robe. I might forget. I was out of stamina! I was out of stamina! I died to that. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was gonna kill it in one more hit. But I couldn't swing. I could have just healed. Oh, well, that's what I get. Alright. El Gusto says, do the thralls use magic on their weapons, or were they supposed to have heated them in flame or something? Yeah, I was wondering if the thralls are supposed to be considered embered at that state. Kinda weird to think about. So, we've already gone through this area twice. I'm just gonna YOLO run past a lot of things, hopefully. That way. Oh, actually, I think I can... Oh, well, not like that. Forgot we unlocked the kind of shortcut over here. I think this way has the knight we'd need to deal with, which is annoying, so don't want to do that. We just need to drop down to climb up the ladder. Okay. I forgot that there is like a... Oh, he has magic? Oh, he just buffed his weapon. Okay. That wasn't too crazy a shortcut, but it'll work. So, YOLO past all the thralls might be a bad idea. Me alone. Does that slow me? Oh, I can't roll. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even realize these things had a grab attack. That was actually kind of cool. I'm not upset about losing like the 10,000 souls or whatever it was. Cult says, who were the mimics before they were mimics? Did they try to steal from the gods? Actually, it says in Dark Souls 1 that the mimics themselves were a clan of avaricious gods who got punished, and that's what their form was. So... unfortunately, guys, my dog is bothering the crap out of me. She's pretending she needs to go outside. I know she wants to go on an adventure, which I was going to do after the stream, but I'll try to appease her. Maybe she actually does need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in maybe 3 or 4 minutes. So, in the meantime, please enjoy the new Be Right Back screen. I like the difficulty that they present. Oh, I might die from falling, won't I? Maybe. We'll see. Oh, this fall doesn't look as bad as I kind of remembered. Oh. That's really funny, actually. Early dancer when? I don't know. How is it that you initiate the dancer fight early? Is it just that you hit Emma? Then I might do it after Vort on the next stream, just for the hell of it.
What is wrong?
Okay, let's try to kill her and then see what happens.
Lord, he must be. My dear Prince Lothric.
So we get the Basin of Owls here. Does she have a grab? I don't remember. Oh, sweet. Oh, that was super cool, actually. I think my first time through, I only died to her once, and it's just because like I didn't understand her movement. Not that I like super do right now. It was just weird. Okay, that's what I get. All right, so yeah, because honestly, I thought she was a pushover up until I started this stream. Ooh. I jumped instead of rolling. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, okay, the follow-up on that. Okay, yeah, that wasn't too bad. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to get the hang of this a bit better. Oh, yeah, I thought I was going to get punished for that. Okay. Oh, yeah. Should have just... Yeah, whatever. Okay. Okay, that's what I get for, I guess, monologuing so much. But yeah. Damn it. I tried to roll the first one. Okay. Guess I should have rolled once more. Oh, I thought I was dead. Oh, now I am. Okay. Oh, about me sipping. I didn't have enough stamina to roll at first. I probably could have avoided it if I kept mashing. But I didn't know. Okay, that wasn't so good a run, but it's alright. I was a little bit distracted. See, I want to hit her, but I hesitate right there just because I don't know if she's going to counter because I'm so slow. No, 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 no. Yeah, boy! We done diddly did it! Oh yeah, I took away joy. We got that one though. We finally did it. Alright everybody, hopefully you enjoyed that. We're back. And hopefully the dog's gonna be settled down for now. Alright, so let me catch back up with the chat. Red says, the main problem with the tome system is that there's one good tome in the early game, and then the Lorethrough tome is all the way at the end of the game, unless you go to Lorethrough Castle early. Yeah. And meanwhile, there's two dark tomes really early in the game that you can't give to Carla, because Carla is a late to mid-game NPC. Indeed. And so Mr. X says, there, the numbing mist of Dark Souls 3. Colt asked what the 100 charms were. We talked about that. Okay. Yeah, El Degusta said, did the Thrall use magic on their weapons? Or are they supposed to have heated them in flame or something? So yeah, I was wondering if they're supposed to be, like, embered themselves, but I don't know what to make of that. Colt asked about the mimics. I said that they were, like, some kinds of gods in Dark Souls 1, and that they got punished for their avarice, or avariciousness, which is why they've got, like, the symbol of avarice on their heads, I guess. And so, actually, is it this way that we need to go for the shortcut? Okay, yeah. Don't need to go through all the other crap. Okay. And so, Elder says that you think they're the same race as the Silver Knights or lesser gods. Yeah. And Phobos says, and the slots for sorcery and miracles were separate. There was no ATT stat, and you upgraded sorcery slots through the magic bar stat, and intelligence and miracle stats through faith. So yeah, I wish that there wasn't the attunement stat. It just always feels bad every time you level it, unless you can actually get a new slot. But that's just kind of me. It's not like having like a ton of extra spells like really influences a lot. I mean, it kind of does, but not really. And yes, Elda, the Poochie did go potty. And And Dav and Sosa, welcome back to the stream. You said, Thralls are probably receiving buffs from surrounding enemies. One of the Thralls that flanked the sexy pyromancer in the Earthen Peak ruins has fire in his weapon. We done diddly did it, yeah. And Red says the text of the symbol of avarice is worded pretty weirdly in general. You always did enjoy falling 3 feet to your death. So yeah, I don't think that these ones are buffed because even if you kill like all the... Oh yeah, I forgot about the Scholar's Robe. Even if you do kill all the Scholars here, you will get... what's called? They will still have their buffs on them. So I think this is a safe enough spot to stand. Maybe not. Alright, this will be. Let's look at the Scholar Robe before I forget again. So, Robe of a Sage from the Grand Archive, stained quite deliberately with wax. The scholars of the Grand Archive, sorcerers by craft, tend to their candles with a reverence that exceeds the simple burden of labor. They know the dangers of the archive store of knowledge all too well. So, I think it was Phobos who's asking why that these scholars were covered with wax. And somebody did point out on one of our kind of way early streams that, like, the wax protects us from the hands here, which can inflict curse status effect on the player. So it does make me wonder if, I mean, they might not, I mean, they obviously knew that the wax would protect them to some extent, which is why they were covering their heads with it. But it makes me wonder if wax in general can be used to prevent curse buildup to some degree. And so, I'm not too sure what else I want to say about like the potential like accumulation of knowledge leading to curses. It's kind of weird to think about. Like, curses in general are kind of hard to explain. Oh, it gives us the full Outrider set. Sweet. I forgot about that. And then our wax just expired, but that's alright. I was just checking. Okay. So this is armor of an Irithyll Outrider Knight, enveloped in a dimly cool air. The knights were given the eyes of the pontiff, but the eyes transformed them into savage, raving warriors who only knew how to serve as mindless guards. So, more confirmation that Pontiff Sullivan's eyes transformed things, which is kind of weird because when we find Sullivan, he doesn't really seem to have stereotypical eyes himself. Let's check out the helm. So this kind of resembles the Dancer's helm, which we haven't bought, but that might be something I'll do later or show off on my other character. Something like that. All the leggings. Let's check out the Outrider Knight legging. Ooh. It's really not bad. Just a little bit too heavy. Okay. And Phobo says, you feel like slots should be upgraded via leveling up intelligence and faith, and that they should do away with some spells costing more than one slot. You mean, if those spells also cost more FP, there's no reason for them to need extra slots. And Elda says, you wonder what's the significance of Tin and Magic in Dark Souls 1? They had Tin Catalyst variants. You think they gave up on Tin as a good magic in later games. I think it's used, so I think the characters for the Tin is reused for Brass. I don't remember exactly. We get Soul Stream, and that's a super cool spell. Yeah, we'll check that out as well. It's like the Kamehameha wave, essentially, of Dark Souls. Red says attunement is fine in your opinion. It's just balanced really poorly. Yeah. Early sorcerers have no variety at all because of how wide the gaps between the slots are. Bobo says it makes sense in Dark Souls 1 because you can equip the same spell to multiple slots to get more of the same spell, but with FP around, it's not necessary. Oh, I didn't realize that you could use attunement slots for like the same spell over and over. Like, had I known that, I might have been more amenable to trying like a magic build in the earlier games. It's just really not straightforward at all, like how that system works. So Red says the limited cast systems was much better from a balance perspective anyways. You can have a great spell you can only cast a few times. And then Phobo says, and really they might as well let you upgrade spells because what's having a weaker version of the same spell? Mainly to like conserve FP or the spell slots, but yeah, I know what you guys are saying. And Elda says, maybe a frail metal is magically strong. I think there was more of a reason, like an occult reason for it, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. Red might know a bit more about that, actually. Alright, so this is Soulstream. It's a sorcery imparted by the first of the scholars when Lothric and the Grand Archives were but young. Fires a torrential volley of souls. The first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire and was alleged to be a private mentor to the royal prince. So, the English, I guess, might sound a bit more divorced from Dark Souls 2's Aldia, the scholar of the first sin, but as far as like the Japanese of this goes, it pretty much uses the exact same terminology. So, I mean, first of the scholars, even if I look at it in English, I'm like, yeah, that's probably a reference to Aldia. But I guess like some people are like, well, it doesn't say like scholar of the first sin or whatever. So some people doubted it, but I feel like this should be like kind of an explicit reference to Aldia. And 15 faith is a must if you want Tears of Denial. Okay, so that was it for this spot right here. I think we need to go back outside and then just drop down. And maybe not. Okay, yeah, there's nothing here. Damn it. This seems like such a perfect like Dark Souls hiding spot for an item. I know there's the other like kind of place ahead, but we'll get there. That. And can I kick this ladder down? I can just descend. I didn't realize that there was actually the ladder right there, so I could have just come down here. Oh, I just don't need to drop is all. But I do need to go down the elevator and actually open the damn shortcut. Alright, so Phobo says, in Dark Souls 1, if you start as a sorcerer, you get Soul Arrow, and then you can get Soul Arrow from Rickert and New Londo, and then again from the Vinheim guy, so you can have a bunch. Interesting. And then Red says, Cornix's rap says that bronze is believed to ward off evil spirits. Traditionally, bronze is made from tin and copper. So there was that connection. That is probably what I was thinking of, and I just couldn't really remember how it worked out. But yeah, this bookcase is in the way, so I definitely needed to pull this damn lever. And then we'll be out to where the thralls were. So we see the run away. The one run away. Damn it. Go. Okay, so there's two ways I want to go. I think that way doesn't lead to anything, so I might want to go that way first. Although I think it comes back down and you can drop onto the knight. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. Oh well. Maybe this dude's just looking at the, what are they called? The pilgrim butterflies? That's too loud. Of course he drops his shield every time. If I didn't have the reflexes of a dead cow, maybe. That was just sad. Mr. X says, I need to open the shortcut to the back to the bath. There's a lever below where I dropped from the ladder. Okay. What I get for trying to take an up-close look at something. It's not the first time that's happened, and it probably won't be the last. And RA, welcome to the stream. He said, what FromSoft boss area has given me the hardest time? Total, I would probably say, like, Genichiro in Sekiro, just because, like, he's really the wall, like, noob breaker boss. It's like, you have to learn how to play Sekiro to kind of beat Genichiro, or you just might accidentally, like, discover a cheese method to doing it. So yeah, Ashina Castle in general might have been like one of the areas that I spent the most time. It's kind of hard to say though, because like if I enjoy an area, I'm not going to think about it too much that way. So I was trying to actually just recover my stamina right there. I screwed that up. And just a large shard. I'm pretty sure there's nothing here, but maybe we get decent looks at the pilgrim butterflies. Kinda, yeah. So as we pointed out yesterday, like their ribs are like on their backs, so presumably the butterflies have like sprouted out of the things that are on all of the pilgrims' backs, which shouldn't be a surprise, but it's kind of cool that you can actually see their ribs sticking out on the opposite sides of their body. Okay, so that was that. And Elda says he doesn't like to be creeped on. Yeah, he's a good tutorial boss. Just beat Dancer. Michael Monona, welcome back to the stream, and congrats on beating the Dancer. Oh, you said we need to... What am I doing? I wasn't paying attention at all. So you said there's a lever over here as well for the bath? Or is that someplace else? Okay. We get the wax, and this dude chillin' reading a book gives us the scholar ring. So it looks like we have knights, scholars, and priestesses that are like the pillars of Lothric. I know you guys told me yesterday, I'm just kind of repeating for now. So this is a ring engraved with a portrait of a scholar, increases intelligence. In Lothric, the scholar has long been considered one of the three pillars of the king's rule, and is therefore a master of the Grand Archives. So, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. We can see, like, on this picture itself, it looks like there's actually wax over the face of the scholar, which is kind of cool. I don't think I would have noticed that had I, like, really been looking at it, because it might just look like a beard at a first glance. Okay. Michael says it took you 4 months. You had a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, it can be pretty rough. And Alex, welcome back to the stream. That may have been Yol saying hi. What Yol would turn into? Maybe. It seems like the pilgrims can turn into different things, potentially, like with some pilgrims turning into angels, at least in like the drag heap and all that in the DLC, versus like the ones over here becoming these butterfly type beings, which might be related to Londor's plans. I don't really know what to make of them to a degree. And Elda says the Hunter Black Hands are the secret fourth pillar. Yeah. And Mr. X says you just now noticed the wax for the first time. That's cool. Sweet. So I think we need to go back up now that we... Oh wait, no, I want the wax. And we can see the man... Oh, just the thralls up there. I swear if I pick up another Flamberge, although that one wouldn't have it. The Thrall Axe? I wasn't trying to dunk. Over here. It's just the bookcase. Okay. I didn't think there's anything else over here. I'm just looking. So we're going to go back up the stairs and to the right. So I don't think there's anything else up there. We can drop down. Oh. Maybe I do. I think I would have missed this. Another Titanite scale. So that should be everything up here now. Okay. So coming up here, we'll find a bunch more scholars just walking around. So it's nice to have the little wax on our head to deal with this for now. Red Soul of a Crestfallen Knight. And a Titanite scale. I think we need to run up this ramp or something. No? That was a mistake. Misguided memory. So this is one of my favorite spots of coming in here. As we like start to head out to the roofs. I didn't see... We got the Twinkling Titanite and something else. Fleshbite Ring. It's a good thing we've got the wax on for now. It's probably going to expire soon. And I don't think there's anything right there. And our thing did expire just now. Okay, sweet. A 33 Max Man says, when you reach the body that has the Soul Stream spell, would you mind turning up the volume? Or you think that body's actually sleeping and snoring, but you're not sure? Oh, sorry. We already did that. And I think that the snoring sound, it's probably coming from some of the scholars. So it's my fault for not getting that for you. Yeah, this area is a curse fest. And RA says, something about the medieval setting of Dark Souls is just way less gripping than the Illuminati CIA conspiracy/insight setting of Bloodborne. You wonder where Elden Ring will fall, especially with the with that hack GRRM on board. I don't know if GRRM is a hack. I feel like he definitely should have finished his books before like the whole deal with the HBO and all that. But I mean, shit, if I was an author in his position getting offered however amount of money he was going to make for that deal, like, it'd be crazy to not take it even if it wasn't finished. So he might have ended up writing himself into a hole and just kind of suffering from that. But I digress. That's kind of going a bit too off the subject. So it looks like these guys do have the skulls on them still. Shouldn't be surprised. I think one's going to drop down when we come over here. Scared the bejesus out of me. Oh, this one has like a way bigger skull. So the ones at the profane capital... Oh, just chill out for a second. I'll probably just find one later. Just trying to kick it. No, no, no. Not like that. It's funny when they yeet themselves off the side of the, when they just jump off the building, when they jump back like that. That felt way more complicated than it was, because I can't seem to kick when I want to. Yeah, so what were we saying? Talking about George R. R. Martin. Yeah, I mean, I don't really blame him. Just kind of unfortunate the way that it happened. So, I mean, hopefully Elden Ring is cool. I mean, I think we all want that, but, yeah. I've seen rumors that there might be, like, some more, like, Norse-style mythology put into it, but I don't know how I feel about that. I think I can YOLO onto that and then drop down to go over there. I might want to kill some of these things first. So yeah, we've got the Corvians over here again, which is kind of cool. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at them. Interesting. Like, I know they do this in the other areas too, so that's like the storyteller, and it's got like apostles listening into him. That's my HP at. I shouldn't die to this. And there's nothing over here, just kind of cool to look down. You get a really good look at the butterflies. I guess I can't see the eclipse anymore from this angle. And so that's where we saw the little dude from earlier. Oh, okay, and yeah, this is where I was thinking you drop down behind him. Okay. Titanite chunk. The hollow gem, which we haven't gotten one of those yet, I don't believe. So, a gem of infused titanite, a stone plentiful in Londor, land of the hollows. Hollow weapons are said to peer into the essence of its wielder, whose luck boosts attack. But yeah, it's a pretty cool item. It kind of reminds me of like the human effigies in Dark Souls 2, a little bit, just like the grooves on it or whatnot. Phobos says, wasn't it Celtic? Maybe. I don't really know. And then Phaley says, you think Elden Ring will have more Celtic inspiration than Norse? Okay, so it's more Celtic. And Phobos says, you think GRRM had a problem which is more or less common in modern fantasy writing. And Mr. X says, you can jump from where the Corvians are to get Grey Rat's ashes, otherwise there's an easier jump with the Silver Cat ring. And Phobos says, which is that they focus on creating a believable world and they stray from the actual narration and meaning of the story. I mean, it's tough to write a long narrative, especially as opposed to just other narratives. Oh, I'm glad I did that right now. Never used one of these, at least on this playthrough, so. That sucked. Oh. Oh, I thought I died. Oh, if I keep playing like this, I'm about to. So yeah, killing 3 of those right off the bat with the greatsword was really nice, because that's one of the more annoying spots in the game to kind of deal with like a bunch of enemies in one spot. We'll get the shriving stones from those. That's kind of cool. I think I want to continue here for now, and then the dude's going to drop down. Or maybe I did want to go on that roof over there. I don't remember. So we can drop back down this way. Okay. I mean, if I die, it's not like the end of the world. So this is actually nothing. Okay, that's fine. There's like one other thing over here. Maybe not. And... oof, guys are going on a tangent. That's cool. And you talked about creating the believable world they stray from the actual narration and meaning of the story. Like you hear George R.R. Martin saying Tolkien didn't bother with politics, and that's not really the point of Tolkien in the first place. I think that, like, it's different takes on, like, kind of the human experience to an extent. Like, there is some aspects of politics in Tolkien's work to a certain degree, but also not. So I get where he's coming from to a certain extent. And R.A. says, modern writing in general is too nihilistic and secular. George R.R. Martin is just weird. Hopefully they just got him for the brand recognition because you personally really love Miyazaki's thematic thoroughness. And... bruh moment. George R.R. Martin didn't criticize Tolkien for it, though? Okay. It's not like Tolkien was entirely original in the first place. I mean, one of my favorite quotes is like, what is originality? Undetected plagiarism? And I think that's really true to a certain extent. I should have gone a little bit slower with this. Grey Rat's ashes. Rip. Poor little Grey Rat. A little friend. Damn it. So I did have out the right item. So yeah, that's Grey Rat. He has met his end. And we get his ashes. We've looked at those before, but might as well look at them again. Grey Rat was a thief who fancied himself a martyr for the poor, which is what drove him to climb the wall. It's also cool that, like, for whatever reason, his ashes don't have him, like, gripping onto coins or anything, or even something that you'd expect would have belonged to Loretta. It's just kind of like an empty fist. Or maybe there's supposed to be a stigmata in it? Looks a little bit weird. I don't know. And Phobos says, you do think Martin has good ideas, though? You don't think he's a hack in that sense? Yeah. Like, I think Martin did a really good job with, like, giving characters realistic desires and using that as a point of conflict and tension for his series. Like, that's always the mark of any good writer. So I can respect the hustle on that. It's just, I don't know how much, like... wow. I don't know how much his books really differ from his show. Like, I know there are, like, actually a lot of substantial differences. I don't know why I just did this. But from what I've heard, it's always sounded like the books have been better at, like, characterizing the characters than the TV show. And at least up until, like, season 5, like, they were still really well written with everything. So I don't really blame Martin for the TV show going south, other than, like, him not finishing his work. What am I doing? I'm getting distracted is what I'm doing. So it seems like whatever he's actually had his hands on so far has been like successful and praiseworthy, up until the point where like the show writers of the Game of Thrones TV series didn't have his works to draw from. That's when it really went to the wayside, it seems. But I digress. Going. Max says, yeah, but some of George R.R. Martin's descriptions are something like fat pink mast wasn't something you really needed to hear about, Sam. Okay. Those are always the kinds of risks you run coming into new novels and whatnot. Yeah, so I can't speak for his actual like writing style because I haven't read it directly. I've heard he's done some interesting things with like attaching the point of view to the characters in each chapter and whatnot, but oh, wasn't expecting that. It's cool that those ones do have like the skulls on them. I was confident I was gonna pull out the binoculars right there. We got the soul. Oh, this is gonna be the gank fest, isn't it? Heavy gem, sharp, and then 2 twinkling needles. Okay. Yeah, these things are super scary, but they're super cool at the same time. At least to me. I think I might want to go the other way after all. Yeah, I'm pretty confident. We could drop back down there. Okay. I think there was the treasure over here. Oh, this is a point of no return, sort of. I'm going to go back the other way just to double check some things. Like, I know this is like the intended way to go, but it always feels really cool when they make the player feel like they're exploring like places out of bounds to me. So, I do like this area. Oh, I just never went out to this damn balcony. I'm an idiot. Wait, no, we've never been. Okay, yeah, we haven't been over here. Okay. So let me catch up with you guys. And RA says, yeah, Season 5 is where you dropped it. And I mean, that makes sense, because that's also like where they ran out of material, essentially. And Phobos says, you read the first book and you really didn't have much interest reading further or watch the show. Okay. Cameron McConnell, welcome back. You said, if HBO picked up the Silmarillion, that would be something. The first Age of the Tokens Elves is filled with epic battles. So, my favorite joke about the Silmarillion is, like, alright, I think I'm back now. This is getting weird. It seems to be on my computer that's the issue, because it keeps telling me that OBS is disconnected. Maybe that's what it does when I lose internet, like, completely for a moment? I don't know. Weird. So, yeah, my apologies. What were we saying? Oh, yeah, my favorite joke about, like, Tolkien and the Silmarillion is, like, somebody, like, picking up the book and somebody being like, you can't read English, and the person's just like, it doesn't matter, you get points for trying with the Silmarillion. It's kind of true, though. Pretty much based on my anecdotal experience of talking to anybody who's ever tried to read it. And so, RA says, David Benioff is a total mong. He was a Phi Delta at your school, and he only got in as a legacy because his dad was a big UN official. Teaching career, screenwriting career, dude's a total bonehead. It's rough. It is kind of crazy when you do encounter people who seem to fail upward, but yeah. 33 Max Man says, GRRM is definitely writing the story of Elden Ring, or is he along as an advisor to kind of steer the story, or is it purely for name recognition? I feel like it's probably a little bit of all of those. Like, I don't feel like he's writing the full story, but he might be trying to help Miyazaki flesh it out and make it feel more organic, or maybe more Western would be my thoughts on it. But I mean, that's just my speculation, so don't trust me on that at all. And Mr. X says, you want Bloodborne 2 and Dark Souls 4. Yeah, a lot of people want a sequel to Bloodborne. I have mixed feelings about it. Like, if they did Bloodborne, I'd probably want them to keep in the same general ideas behind the systems, but have it in a completely different realm of, like, possibilities. So, like, instead of, like, Western Victorian Gothic, like, I would absolutely love to have something like Ancient Egypt or, like, Aztec and Mayan, like, pyramid type stuff going on. Like, in the vein of, like, JoJo Season 1. That's a bit beyond this topic of discussion for now. So, RA says, oh, never mind, those are the gargoyles, not the angels, yeah. Oh, and... okay. Elda says, you heard Elden Ring is Norse and Celtic inspired? Like, the Forge God seems like both Brigid and Goinu from the Tuatha De Danu, and a world tree might be like the bonfire. Yeah, okay. Bonfire, you say? Yeah, it's thick. The Silmarillion is great, it's just a not a novel. Yeah. Elda Gusta says, you don't blame George for taking decades to finish his magnum opus. I mean, it is kind of unfortunate that it's such a long gap between the books. Like, it's like kind of like Patrick Rothfuss levels of memery. I don't know if any of you guys have read like any of his books in what are they called? The Kingslayer Chronicles? Something like that. Sweet. Titanite shard. I thought there was a lever up here. Confident there's something like that. Oh, this is just the back way? Okay. Oh, yeah. That was weird. Swung, but it didn't go at first. Damn, down to 4 Estus. It's been a while. Alright. A Nightbot saying, should we take a break? I'm pretty good now. Already let the dog out, so we should be good. RA just wants a 60 FPS remaster. So Elda says, George wrote the underlying mythos and Mia's supposed to use that as the kind of the world and history up to the story. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought I heard, but I mean, that might have also been speculation. I mean, that idea kind of makes sense to me, just in terms of, like, if you're going to collab with a writer like that, that would seem to be the more organic way to do things. Especially because I'm sure there is, like, a little bit of a language barrier. Nothing against, like, Miyazaki. But just, like, when you're getting, like, deep into, like, fictional worlds and, like, fictional terms and stuff like that, like, it can get a little bit hairy. Another undead bone shard? Sweet. So, yeah, okay. I do want to come back the other way at some point. I don't think this way goes anywhere. Okay. Oh yeah, and so who was it that was asking? I think like when someone was asking if the dude by the soul stream was sleeping or snoring, I think we would hear this guy like chanting. Get the ember. The ember, the only one. And then I think the gank squad is right ahead from here. So yeah, this is gank squad time, isn't it? You know, I never really looked at the statues over here. It's gonna be fun. Oh, I kind of remember that vaguely now. Do I want to deal with this right now with only 4 vials? I mean, yes and no. Right, I'll catch up with you guys and then probably try to YOLO it. And Mr. X says there's 2 more shortcuts ahead that take me to the bonfire. Okay. George wrote the underlying mythos and Mia is supposed to use that as the kind of world and history up to the story. I read that one, okay. I don't remember if I kicked down this ladder I thought I saw. Yeah, I almost missed that. That would have kind of sucked. So yeah, this isn't too bad of a spot, even if I die. Yeah, Max says you do blame him for taking 9 years to write the penultimate book and scrolled on me. And instead working on if he's doing all kinds of other stuff. Yeah, I'd be a little bit upset at that. But sometimes it's not always quite as straightforward as working on one project while writing. I mean, yeah, I'll just leave it there. Roth versus RR Jr. RA says, you don't ride with the Aztec Mayan appeals, but you definitely want from to do ancient Egypt at some point. I'll settle for the next God of War trilogy being set in Egypt even. Don't want to play Assassin's Creed. George is going to choke on a chicken bone or die of heart failure before he finishes the series, mark your words. Well, maybe they'll have like somebody like Brandon Sanderson finish it, like with Robert Jordan. Oh yeah, and Phobos just brings up, at least Martin is still alive, so he hasn't gotten wheeled of timed yet. So yeah, speak of the devil, huh? Elda says, you don't mind George doing other stuff while working on the end of Song and Fire. There's a ladder shortcut, okay. And before George is actually working on the final book and he's going to bring the last two out at the same time, that'd be baller. Condi says, you'd think a more modern setting like 20th century would be cool for Bloodborne 2, as well as some more industrialization and steampunk. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why they didn't want to do that is just because they didn't want the guns to be like super broken. But I mean, if they did branch out to an FPS, like that'd be kind of cool to see how they would do that. I don't know why I keep dunking my head. And Phobos says, your dream idea for Bloodborne 2 would be to have Native American stuff, but to make it ancient stuff like the role Tumerians had in the original. Cameron says, what is the lore behind the Gank Squad? Well, they're the hidden hunters, the fourth pillar of Lothric. And we'll get a little bit more of that once we fight the Gank Squad and look at those items. A hunter must race. Bloodborne cart. Frontier colonial story. Yeah, there's a lot of good possibilities of that, especially with like the Wendigo and Algonquin mythology. There's like a lot of really underexplored things that they could work with dealing with that. Let me get a little bit of water before dealing with this Gank Squad over here. Bloodborne 2 with pirates. What genre would a Blood Meridian game even be? The Egypt Assassin's Creed is actually pretty good. Or a Polynesian-based game. Effervescent says, there's a real lack of races in Soulsborne. Would have been cool to have foot races with NPCs like in Super Mario 64 or Sunshine. I thought you were talking about like fictional races, not like literal ones. Honestly, a pirate setting is perfect for a Bloodborne-like. Trick weapons, guns, jungle, and water beasts. I mean, if you look at the fishing hamlet and compared it to some of like the Lovecraftian stuff, that'd probably work out really well. With Cthulhu, R'lyeh, all that kind of stuff, and like islands especially, and like kind of undiscovered civilizations. So we can just kite these two away from the third one. Just typically what I've done. Oh, he's got some poise. Oh, I forgot to heal. Oh, he dead. And then we get Crystal Creamhild again. He's actually kind of scary. I don't have a lot of heals. I just remembered that. Stop it! These bastards. Oh, I should have save scummed just to get like all three of them in like one run. As far as the footage goes, because sometimes that kind of thing is really good for like filler footage. Well, I done screwed up. Not gonna worry about that too much. Nymphali says they've already seemed to dip into Celtic mythology a wee bit, and You really hope Elden Ring is where they flesh it out the most. I think there's a really good chance for that. Celtic and Norse mythology, that'd be really cool. Also kind of interesting to see, like, you know, that it's being handled by like a Japanese developer. I don't have a problem with it. It's just kind of funny how much more the Japanese seem to like look at world mythology in general and incorporate it into their games. So, like with the Final Fantasy series, like they use like a lot of the enemies from a lot of world religions like that, make it more fleshed out. And then aside from that, like Shin Megami Tensei also does it. Oh, I wanted to go back up the roof. I'm going to forget about that completely if I don't do it. So I'll need to do that after we deal with the Gank Squad. Then I might just teleport back down to the shrine. And RA says you do own the Egypt Assassin's Creed now that you think about it. Dark Souls 1 always felt pretty Celtic to you, or Celtic to you, especially Ulasil. I didn't really get like the Celtic vibe so much. Got the dead body over here. Oh, I thought I whiffed. Should have just kept hitting her. I look like a damn pin cushion. Oh, it's too early with that. You want to be a samurai? Slamurai. Onikiri and Ubadachi. That was the one already chilling on the ground. I guess not. I guess that was our other friend since it didn't have a body. The Sage's Crystal Staff and the Golden Wing Crest Shield. Alright, so a lot of items to check out. Yeah, Persona is part of Shin Megami Tensei as well. You might have said that before I even like looked at it though. Okay. Oof. A lot to catch up on. Effervescent says, if they ever do make Dark Souls 4, it'll probably be a sequel like how Halo Reach was to Halo Combat Evolved. And you can't see where that would take the story after Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls story. Wink. Max says, you'd like to see their take on Western mythology instead of Western takes on Eastern mythology. More, you mean? Oh, you'd like to see more takes like that. Yeah. I mean, I wish we had more Western takes on Western mythology. Like, I don't know. Why don't we look at our own stuff a bit more? Like, there's like the one Dante's Inferno game, which is pretty cool. But like, other than that, like, there's hardly anything like really Celtic or Norse. I mean, we do have like God of War kind of going into that a little bit, but I mean, definitely not like so much the Celtic stuff. And God of Spaghetti says, this library looks a lot similar to Canehurst. It does. And welcome back to the stream, by the way. KT Shrew says, Persona series uses mythology from everywhere. Yeah. Boba says, Western developers are less free to do so due to politics and commercialism. I mean, it's kind of true in Japan as well, but like, when Japanese companies like focus on marketing to Japan, they create games that are a bit universal. And I feel like when games try to have a more international scope, they tend to like lose their focus as a result of that. And my case in point would be when we compare Persona 5 to Final Fantasy 15, they literally got released at like almost the exact same time, and they had completely different takes on what they were like going for. And like, who even talks about Final Fantasy 15 anymore? And like, people still talk about Persona 5 to this day. I mean, it also helps that like there's like the Persona 5 Royal and then like the other spin-off right now. Godhard woke up from his nap. Persona is the spin-off of Megaten. Yeah. He's pissed you stole his swords. Effervescent says, there's actually a lot more restrictions placed on Japanese developers than you might think. At least if they want to be on PlayStation. There's even a thing called the Sony check. Yeah, sorta. Gabriel says, you really want a game with cryptozoology? Then you might like the games. I mean, it's not so much like cryptozoology, but like, you know... let me think. Like, Little Nightmares, Yomawari, Night Alone... Even Slender Man, if you like that stuff. I mean, Resident Evil kind of goes into that territory as well as Silent Hill, but not so much cryptozoology, I'll admit. So I guess I shouldn't have said anything there. Elda says, now you want a Dark Souls prequel? Have them reveal at the end you were Gwyn or Seath or something? No. Are Westerners. Whites have no culture. Miyazaki, allow me to demonstrate. I mean, I don't think that's really fair. It's just like... Sometimes, like... Because that stuff is so far in the past, like, as far as, like, our traditional folklore goes, it's harder for a lot of Westerners, and I'm speaking more from, like, an American-centric kind of perspective. It's a lot harder to feel as in-tuned or interested in that kind of thing, partially because we aren't exposed to it as much as, like, other countries are exposed to their own, like, folklore and things like that. So, Effervescent says, Sony has been notorious for censorship, especially since they moved to California. Japan has just one stipulation on politics in games, you must include Nobunaga. Got a Spaghetti says, from an artistic perspective, you don't want another Dark Souls. Bloodborne deserves a sequel in a new setting. Yeah, Phobos, I mean, Final Fantasy 15 did have a lot more problems than that, but I feel like it was very clear that they weren't focused on trying to tell a story from the beginning. Like, they had some elements that they kept, but, like, if you compare it to, like, the Final Fantasy versus 13 times versus, like, what you get in Final Fantasy 15, like, you can't explain that much of a development hell to have such a bare-bones story, in my opinion. So Mr. X says, Bluepoint ruined aspects of Demon Souls remake with Americanized cancel culture along with adding things that are unnecessary, like the Sodden Ring. I don't know anything about Demon Souls, but I don't really think like cancel culture really would have influenced it too much, but I digress. Here's the Golden Wing Crest Shield. A blue knight shield engraved with a golden wing crest. This shield is exceptional amongst the enchanted blue shields. Not only does it boast high magic absorption, but also enables its wielder to parry spells. Oh, it has spell parry. I never really bothered with that. I mean, I might want to use this one because it does have like really good magic and a decent amount of lightning resistance. But I know we're about to fight like the Twin Princes and they'll use both magic and fire, I think. Yeah, screw it. I mean, it has a little bit more stability. But weighs more though. That's whatever. We'll just deal. Oh, and then the Onikiri and Ubadachi, I believe. So I don't know where those are. Oh. There we go. The hunters known as the King's Black Hands wielded paired weapons. These belonged to Kamui, who looked after the prince. Kamui brought Onikiri with him to the undead settlement, where he forged Ubadachi, and was finally prepared to join the ranks of the royal hunters. So I finally remembered who, like, where we saw Gotthard before. We used him to, or we could have summoned him for the Abyss Watchers, if I remember correctly, and maybe also Sullivan. Maybe not Sullivan, but I'm pretty sure it was the Abyss Watchers. It's kind of cool. No, sorry for that. And, I thought there was something else I was going to talk about with that. I don't remember what Ubadachi means, but Onikiri is like Oni cutter, so... like... demon cutter, I guess. Like Oni is more like an ogre, kind of. It's more like a Japanese demon, kind of like a cross between like a troll and an ogre, maybe. And what else did we pick up? The crystal spear staff. Was it this one that we picked up? Yeah, okay. Crystal catalyst presented as a gift by the Crystal Sages to their favorite pupil, Creamhild. Crystal spheres devour the will of the user, and this staff increases the potency of sorceries at the cost of increased FP consumption for skills. So yeah, so we do learn that since the sages did work with Lothric, that Crystal Kriemhild was in cahoots with them. So now I think we get the other elevator unlocked. Sweet. Oh, holy shit, that's a... Oh, man. I had no idea we had that many souls. Okay, I'm actually going to go back to Firelink now. And to use the Bone Shard. Then I'll go back out to the other side of the roof, and then we'll continue on with the rest of, like, the Lothric Castle. RA states that you're an ethnic Iranian raised in the States, and you see what you're saying with a lot of your friends. So many see Avengers as their culture. I mean, I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, you know, assimilation and, like, fitting in with the new culture is good, but yeah, you're just kind of a bit removed from your roots, maybe? I mean, I don't want to say roots, but I think you know what I'm trying to get at. And, okay, we'll leave him for now. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so I'll just level up a lot.
Well, very well then taken.
Holy crap, 4 levels. Do I want to use them all on this? May as well. It's a good dump stat until we hit the cap. And then maybe I'll do like endurance or vitality. Yeah, I'll just go 4 points in this. Oh yeah, and then before I forget, the damn shard. Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to me that, like, my weapons haven't broken. Like, I feel like that must only really be an issue if you're trying to do, like, a, what's a, like a no death run or something like that. Or, like, a no bonfire run. Like, I don't know how else, like, the weapons would really break. Grand Archives. Okay. So, yeah, I know I cut your one comment in half. So imagine being a wizard that spends years training under a sage to learn some insane anime spell, and some mook uses a shield to deflect it back at you. What did Bluepoint change? You haven't really looked at the remake because you were hoping to get a PS5 one day, but really because of what Sony has been doing recently with stuff like The Last of Us 2, ... Boba says, people don't care anymore, you think? If you actually care to go into stuff, you can find interesting stuff anywhere. I mean, you're not wrong, but, sometimes, like, people just don't know where to look for things that they might be interested in. So it's always kind of, like, helpful to even have, like, those kind of depictions be brought back up in popular media. Like, Thor, like, he wasn't really popular up until, like, the Avengers movies were coming out again. I mean, like, he was, but he wasn't, you know? Like, he was always kind of a thing, but, like, I feel like more people have gotten an interest rekindled into them because of, like, that kind of a modern depiction of an ancient god. And just, like, to tie off with that, like, with God of War working with, like, Ragnarok next, I guess, like, there's going to be a lot more involvement with people looking into, like, the Norse mythology. And even before that, like, people were getting more into, like, the Greek mythology because of Kratos and Ares and all that good stuff. Candlestick. I don't remember if we actually did get one of those before. I'll need to check. Oh, why am I going up here? I need to go down. Kind of funny that you just, like, don't even get to fat roll. You're just like, I'm stuck. Interesting. I got gooped. Okay. Phoba says, like, probably one of the most worthwhile classes you had at college was studying Greek, since it informed you a lot about the culture of the ancient epics. Yeah, and that kind of thing is kind of hard to learn about, especially, like, if you're not in like academia to some extent. Like if you're not like a student, like there isn't a whole lot of incentive to go into that kind of stuff. Like when I was a kid, like part of the reason that I got interested into mythology was just watching dumbass Kevin Sorbo's Hercules episodes on like Channel 9, like almost cable TV, like open broadcast TV. And so that inspired me to become more interested in that kind of mythos versus like something else. And like I don't really think there's much like that on TV right now. So I mean, I don't blame people for not knowing about the things that they don't know about. I mean, that's just kind of the nature of things. Gonna run past this, maybe. This might be a bad idea. I don't remember. But I mean, I already leveled up a crap ton, so I'm not too concerned about it. I think there's 2 that drop down over here to make life hell. Yeah, I hear it. Damn it. Okay. Maybe at some point we'll get a really good look at one of their faces. They kind of remind me of pigs, but not really a whole lot. And Phobos says, you've been reading Greek mythology all your life. Like someone like Miyazaki has stories as strong as he does because he cares about the stuff that he reads. You can tell. Yeah. And so like at a certain point, like, what is it called? Like enthusiasm is infectious, really. So I'm excited to see more of like the Celtic stuff, even if it isn't coming from the West. It's just a little bit ironic, I suppose, that it takes somebody from another culture to kind of just like make us appreciate what we do have in our own culture a bit more. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a little bit funny. And RA says, oh no, you're in touch with your roots. You met your friends, evidenced by what you described when you said some Westerners are removed from their culture because they don't know much of it. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to like say anything about you, but I mean like with your friends in the positions that they are, like, you know, being removed from their culture, they might not have as much like incentive to look into it, or it might not just even be like brought up to their attention as much. And so like generally from what I've seen, like it's really like by the 3rd generation that moved to a new country that like they really start to lose a lot of that kind of a home culture, like an attachment to like their parents or grandparents' original countries, native countries. Because it takes a lot more effort, like when you're a couple generations removed, to like kind of be in touch with that kind of thing. Okay. Crystal gem, sweet. I can't roll, that's right. That bastard. There we go. And Axeman says, oh man, it just scrolled on me. I didn't realize I was so far behind on the chat, I think. Don't get you started on Man of Steel. Oh yeah, I got a lot to catch up on. Maybe I won't be able to catch up on everything at this rate. Effervescent says, do I know any videos on YouTube that outline the changes and you really can't choose male or female? Okay, are you talking about Demon Souls? The Sodden Ring allows you to walk and run while poisoned in the Swamp of Sorrow. You can even walk and run when plagued. Imagine that. So you're just complaining about them making it easier, at least for that. Kicked its face, which was helpful. So I don't know if we can... Oh, maybe we can actually get a decent look at this one's face. Maybe not. I did that on purpose, by the way. I did remember what was what. Damn it. Okay, so this will probably be like the closest look we can get. I might be able to go like a little bit further to the right without it spawning in. Let's try here. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So it does have like a more humanoid kind of skull. I wonder what the things are like where its ears are supposed to be. Alright, I'll catch up on chat. Phobos is saying, you were thinking the other day that one of the reasons why there's some strong difference between Japanese devs and Western ones is that there's a different sort of approach. I mean, it does depend more on like the individual like company, I think. But I feel like the bigger that the company becomes, like the harder it is for it to feel more personal, just because it becomes more bureaucratic. As in, you often see it in Japanese devs, even big ones, that you see people asking about such or such property. Okay. Favorite instant ramen flavor? Go. Beef. Maruchan beef for me. And why there's no sequel and so on and so on. And the answer is always because no one in particular wants to do it. It's more of a personal endeavor, whereas with Western devs, they're often more focused on innovating or putting out an amazing product. So, I mean, if you look at a company like Capcom, with as many times as they've pretty much released Mega Man, it's interesting to see like what IPs do get to continue and what ones don't. So, I mean, there are like a lot of money printers even in Japanese devs. Effervescent says, from what little you've looked into it, you think it was more of just Iron Pineapple's vid? You watched it all? He said it was just the exact same game with a new coat of paint, so you guess he's biased about the differences? Okay. RA says, wait, not to dunk on you. You were looking at the screen, but why have I gone up the same ladder so many times? LOL. So I died to these things because I was just going to check out the other side of the roof because I don't remember what's on the other side. And the game is definitely worth several playthroughs. PvP has been reduced to having no reward or punishment value, though. You still enjoy it? Okay. Phobos says, it's not that you think it's got to be one way or the other. You think both approaches have benefits and problems. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Sorry if I did not read your comment out loud, just trying to continue along with the pace of the game. A jerk. Oh no. Don't knock me off. Oh, he's got himself stuck a little bit. I'll probably kite him this way. Probably just need to fight the other one and he'll jump off eventually. Oh, actually, this will probably be a bad idea. Alright, I don't think he's going to do anything different, unfortunately. Oh, so actually, on the back of their necks, it kind of reminds me of the wyverns. And they're like their little... I don't know what to call those things. So yeah, it does kind of remind me of like, you know, the whole Osiris motif of like the gargoyle style. No, we've got those statues right there. How convenient. So the king with the crown with the wings on his back, and then so these things kind of look like people, but they've got like dragony stuff going on with their necks, and they've got like the long tails, as well as like the stone axes. Or, wow, stone axes. The stone wings. Okay, so that'll be kind of good for now. Pick up our souls before we done get got. See, I was trying to have the other one do that. Out of stamina. Okay. Go. Okay, so that's pretty good. Wasn't there a treasure down? Definitely not down there. I thought you can like go into like a tower around here or something like that. Or is it that you do just drop down at the same spot? Oh, I thought there was more of a reason to come this way. Maybe not. Okay, so there's just like the one item which I already forgot what it was. It's probably just some souls. So I don't need to dunk myself right now, but I might as well check out some of these statues. Or at least this one over here. Kinda weird. I feel like, oh, I remember. Okay, so I don't think this is important, but like the way that these things are like flying back from it reminds me of like all the trees or whatnot in the killing of the first flame in Dark Souls 1. Like this reminds me of something, but I could not think of what it was. It looks like there's actually like skulls sticking out of this. This wasn't the good angle for that, but maybe this thing right here is supposed to be a skull. And I'll look at chat in just a second. Maybe that's just more of my like Rorschach imagination there. Okay, yeah, so maybe not. Alright, so I'll leave that there for now, and then I'll catch up with you guys. The Phobos says you want the people to be given a chance to play the game as it was originally released. That's your main gripe. It's not about a particular change or reason for it. You just think it's a game that should be preserved. Well, I mean, it's a bit unfortunate that they don't like have backwards compatibility with PS3 for people to even have that chance. Mr. X says you still love Demon Souls. It still has glitches from the original, which that mess with PvP. It finishes several playthroughs. It's a great game. Dark Souls 3 is just way better. I mean, it makes sense just because like they had so much time to improve on the systems that they were working with. Effervescent says you're going to pass on the remake because of what Mr. X said. You're happy with the PC. Thanks for letting you know. Probably just watch a Let's Play of a Demon Souls remake. And Phobos says you can always emulate it, but you know what I mean. You play the original to death after all? Oh, okay. And Mr. X says you just hope that they never get their hands on Bloodborne in any way. If you've played Demon Souls and love it, the remake does have omnidirectional rolling. Okay. And awesome graphics. Okay. Kind of looks like the statues in Yargul. You actually think the original Demon Souls remix has better graphics than the remaster? Oh, wow. Condi Vlad says, so the gargoyles could represent man's transformation into a wyvern. It could also be related to the pus of man. So I think there's both multiple possibilities. I think with like the other statues of like the kingly figure with the gargoyle style wings coming from his back, the gargoyles here might represent like a King Osiris's obsession with turning people into dragons and like failing on that path. I mean, I don't know what those gargoyles are actually made of. I mean, they could be made out of people and like their bones and whatnot. It's always been a bit weird how some of that stuff works out in these games. And Goddess Spaghetti says it looks like the wax was blown or shot at them. Okay. The remake is dead on the original and area design, of course. That might be repetitive to you. Okay. Reminds you of when you get cursed a little bit. RA says, you want to play Little Big Planet and Metal Gear Solid Legacy on your PS5? Sony, make it work. Yeah. You were lucky to get a PS3 recently, so you could play Demon's Souls and Metal Gear Solid 4. Yeah, I never had the PS3, so I missed out on a lot of those games, which is why I still haven't played Demon's Souls, because I don't have a PS5 either. It's a bit rough. Alright, I'll leave that elevator down there for now. And so now we get to come into some of the more fun areas. I mean, I really like all of everything pretty much from the Grand Archives on. So this part gets a little bit, like decentralized? I can't think of the right word for it, but... Oh, maybe this is the door lore for Bro. Interesting. Okay. So I think there's like a pair of like Great Shields in Dark Souls 2 that are like literally just like a couple doors. And so I wonder if like these are supposed to be the same kinds of doors. I mean, they look different, but... This is kind of a in-joke about people who've been like looking into Dark Souls lore, but like, oh, where are these doors supposed to be? Just kind of looking around at the environment, although I could probably do a better vantage point from up there. So yeah, we did find the one Winged Knight way earlier in Lorethrough Castle, and as we look up there, I think I have my binoculars out. Okay, sweet. We'll see that there's 3 more to deal with, and... yeah, they can be a pain. It looks like they have like real wings here. Maybe the other ones didn't? Interesting. Yeah, I might want to go back down to double check. And then we do find the Ancient Knight way down right over by... right before like Vort and the Dancer. So it might be fun to compare all of them. So I think this one will jump down now. Maybe it's as soon as we get through the arc. Oh, all 3 this time? I fucked up. Oh, I did not expect that reach. That's scary. Oh no, that's not good. Why did I do this? Why did I always do this? Oh no. Alright, so I can cheese the crap out of them with this. Oh, he's got the short axes? Idiot. I didn't have enough stamina to roll. Who's the idiot now? Thank you, Stone Fence. Large Titanite Shard. Large Titanite Shard. I think I'm a little bit low. May as well heal. Okay, sweet. Effervescent says, you'll never understand why Konami has imported the older Metal Gear Solid games to PC, and that's easy millions for them right there, and considering all they care about is cash from Pachinko. Yeah. And so this one doesn't aggro if we run away. This might be a good chance to actually look at it. So I think maybe compared to the other ones, the ones that we've seen before have had like more silvery style armor, and then these ones have more golden ones. Does this dude actually have a face inside him? No, he looks empty. It's an empty pile of armor. So... are these actually more like black or just gray wings? I don't know. Kind of grayish, ashen colored. How do I fuck up every backstab? Except for those ones. I feel like if I get closer, that'll like make them become wary. Ooh, I thought he was gonna die. Alright. Oh, he dead zoned me. Oh, wow. And I was gonna like try to parry him and look cool about it, but no. I just looked dumb as crap. But at least we do get the Titanite slab, and that looked like an auto drop, which is cool. And a shard. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize how many slabs you got from over here. And I don't think there's anything right there. I think we need to actually like go back up. Maybe there was an item down here in the back? That kind of sounds sketchy to me. Oh, was this sorry I've been ruining your vibe, man? No, you haven't been ruining my vibe. This is like cheese and Gascoigne and Bloodborne. Yeah, I mean, shit. If you can do it, why not? Another Estus shard. Okay, so that's what I was thinking of, I think. So... they're flying anywhere specific that we can tell? Just kind of up here in general. Damn it, I didn't mean to do it that time. This might be some of like the best looks yet. And then I think at the top of the tower will probably be a cool vantage point to look around. Yeah, that one wasn't lower. It's whatever. Oh, the fade in from the towers over there. I didn't think that was anything. It was just kind of weird that they have it designed like that. This will be kind of cool. Look, if I don't fall into the floor. Catching up with chat. RA says, you own a PC and for some reason you like hearing PC players cry. You don't know why, you just do. I mean, I'm more of like a software enthusiast. Like, the platform, it's just what allows you to play the software, but the software is what really drives me. So, like, it would be objectively great if you could play Little Big Planet and Bloodborne on your PC with the stream playing on the same monitor, but you love the seething. Farming these angels with your ultra, what's it called? The Fume Ultra Great Sword and the Mind Control Pyromancy was fun, especially since you did it for like 10 hours to fully upgrade every weapon in the game. Being locked down abroad last year was fun. Mr. X, I do have the blue Tearstone ring on. I just take more damage. And Victoria says, you agree, if you can cheese it, there's no reason not to, like broccoli. Yeah, indeed. Although I will say, like, I'm a huge fan of just straight up roasted broccoli, and it was introduced way too late in my life. Don't even need the cheese on roasted broccoli. And so RA says, you're going to come into my final DS3 stream, and right as you're wrapping up, you're going to ask what the plot of this game is about. I'll say, not to leave the charcoal in your barbecue untended for too long, I guess. That's the real deep take. Let's see. Something along those lines. I don't think this is too important, but let's try to line up something cool here. Oh, the Hunter's Ring. Okay, sweet. So that was cool. We get the dude with the like black little set on. Ring engraved with a portrait of a hunter. Increases dexterity. The hunter served Lothric on the fringes and in the shadows. For generations, rulers of Lothric have relied especially upon the Black Hand hunters to punish enemies in ways that the King's 3 pillars cannot. So that is like the secret pillar right here, the fourth one. It's interesting that they're called the Black Hand. It does make me wonder if there was supposed to be perhaps some stronger connection between like the hand and the fingers of Rosaria. But if not, like, it's also not too surprising. Oh, this is actually another good opportunity to look out. Maybe not. Maybe just like this then? Something like that. That might be cool. So, do we need to go into the bottom to get through this thing right here? Maybe. Yeah, okay. So coming up here, we get into like one of the most annoying parts of the game. Not just like mechanically, but more like lore-wise. Although mechanically, it can be kind of annoying. So, got the man grub of all things down there shooting spells at us. Which kind of, I guess, might tie back into my questions about like Rosaria and all that. And as he shoots it, it does shoot feathers at us. Okay, so he's chilled out for now, which is cool. This will be a good shot. Nine pillars of light. Which is what some of those Angel Knights can use against the player as well. Where are we at? Okay. And Phaley says, don't you need to steam the broccoli before roasting it? Because then you'll have some dry-ass broccoli. No, so just like add some olive oil to like a cookie sheet or something, and just kind of roll the broccoli in that for a while. I mean, not like a while, but then you just like roast it normally, and then it won't be like super dry. You pull it out when it turns brown, and it's really good. Victoria says, roasted broccoli, you say? You've learned the joys of roasted Brussels sprouts, but you must look into this roasting of broccolis. Oh, dude, I can't go back. Yeah, so just, you know, put some olive oil on the broccoli in a cookie sheet, or whatever you want, and then add a little bit of salt and pepper, and you're good to go. Glorious views, yeah. Almost everything can benefit from a balsamic reduction. You used to use that ring with the lower level dex build, the Hunter's Ring, yeah. The angel stuff is so underused. Yeah, and we'll see more about the angels. Well, not like a ton, but just a little bit here. They should really add a speech stat that lets you talk to shit to all the ugly deformed enemies until they get sad and leave you alone, to make them truly turn hollow on the inside. Phobo says, it's interesting that the angels are so traditional looking while the demons can be so different. And Effervescent says, it was pretty silly of them to put strength, dex, intelligence, faith rings later in the game because it's only ever low level builds that use them. Yeah. Protag is like Marco Pierre White. Little bit of olive oil, maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not a super good cook or anything like that. I mean, I actually don't enjoy cooking, so I don't like to do it very often, but roasted broccoli, I will stand by. El Degusta says, you're back, missed commenting on the cool stuff. You think maybe these gargoyles are stone constructs, the same with Dark Souls 2. And DS1 gargoyles and chimera you think are magically mutated life forms. I do forget that there is like that chimera, the like the painting, not the painting guardian, but the guardian right before Ulasil. Like that threw me for a loop. Like that was like one of the last things I was expecting coming into the DLC when I finally played it, but yeah, okay. Going back to the Divine Pillars of Light, it's a miracle of Gertrude, the Heavenly Daughter. Brings down multiple pillars of light in vicinity. The Queen's holy maiden Gertrude was visited by an angel who revealed this tale to her. Despite losing both her sight and her voice, she was determined to record the tale. Ordinary men cannot decipher her fragmentary scrawl, nor comprehend how it became the foundation of the angelic faith of Lothric. So this is kind of like the hints that the faith of Lothric did change, potentially from the Way of White to the angelic faith of Gertrude, and why there might have been that kind of like civil war that we saw going down way earlier, and we'll see maybe a hint of that in just a moment here. Some people have wondered if the angel that came down to Gertrude was one of the primordial serpents, because we do have those statues of the primordial serpents with wings. So maybe that's what convinced her to like develop this faith. And because like, I don't know, because people believed Gertrude and she might have misinterpreted what the snakes were, like all of the angelic knights and the angelic faith could just be kind of a bastardization based on a misunderstanding. That's kind of a cool thought that appeals to me. It kind of reminds me of like, never mind, I won't say that because that's a bit spoiler territory for a different game. So, damn it, I want to talk about it. Now I'm stuck on that idea. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave that there for now. So maybe the angelic faith is based off of a misunderstanding of the primordial serpents. So we will see a little bit about them, but other than this, we really don't get like a ton of information about that faith and Gertrude and all that, which is a bit of a shame. Like I feel like in a lot of like the Dark Souls games and Bloodborne, like you're so close to really like being able to piece everything together, and you're just missing like one final link on a chain that just makes everything fit, and we're just missing it, and it's really infuriating at times, but also fun to look at nonetheless. Victorious FIG says, whether you're here for the lore or the cooking tips, you're home, dear wanderer. The Sanctuary Guardian, okay. Phobos says, LP, have I seen Excalibur? Are you talking about like the old, is it the 70s or 80s movie? Because yes, I watched that a lot when I was a kid, but I was actually thinking about rewatching it recently, to be honest, because it's been such a long time that I kind of wanted to rewatch it. Aldegusta says, and Gertrude couldn't see, so it would be easier to come off as an angel. Yeah. And since Gertrude couldn't see, it does make me wonder, like, if she's supposed to be, like, the equivalent of a firekeeper. And maybe something like what happened with Irina may have happened to her. I really don't know what to make of all that. I did forget to look at what Gertrude's heavenly daughter thing was in Japanese again. Maybe I can look it up right now. So Phobos says the 1981 film. Oh, so it is like right on the cusp of the 70s. Because there's some themes from Dark Souls 1 that has in common with it. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, it definitely wouldn't have surprised me if like Miyazaki watched Excalibur, or even like a lot of Western movies, because he said he was like into like Lovecraft and board games, I guess. So I could see that inspiring him as well, and that might have inspired like a lot of the what's the word? Visual design of Dark Souls 1. Wow, really forgetting my English now. Gertrude. What is this? Oh, this is the magic. Alright, so she's called Tenshi no Musume, which is more like angelic daughter. So I mean, like heavenly daughter works perfectly well, but like Tenshi is like pretty specifically more like angel. But I guess by the same token, like Tenshi no Musume, it is a bit ambiguous as to whether or not Tenshi means like daughter of angels or like angelic daughter, because the no particle could be used to link nouns, or it could turn a noun into an adjective to describe another noun. So there is that kind of a semantic potential for differences between the two interpretations, I suppose. Okay. Oh, let me look. The Queen's Holy Maiden versus yeah, pretty much the same thing. Like the Queen's Holy Maiden. Holy Woman Saint is another way to say it. So according to her, she saw an angel and then she gained the tail, I guess. Okay, so yeah, it's pretty much the exact same. Just the little difference. Okay. Okay, so that's where we go out of there. And let me look back at the chat real quick. What was this? But you were getting at the. I mentioned the Sanctuary Guardian. And you were talking about Ulasil being cultic like. Yeah, I forgot that there's the Guardian over there. And that. Oh, fuck. How did I do that? Well, I guess that's another one to go into the real. Yeah, I forgot about that aspect of like Ulasil before you like go into it, and with the Chimera Sanctuary Guardian there, that does give off a bit more of a Celtic feel than I was remembering. Well, at least we can just go up this elevator if it's still here. Okay. And Alta said, "You think Framp tried to guide Gwyn's vision so far into the future? It also makes you wonder if the other serpents were from other worlds, and this world only had Frampt and Koth." Yeah, that's a good point as well. I'd never even thought about, like, what if primordial serpents from other worlds could visit this one? Like, I mean, I don't think there's anything to suggest that specifically, but now that that idea has been implanted into my mind, it makes me wonder. At the very least, we do know that Frampt was aware, or at least Koth was aware of Frampt and vice versa. Oh no, Divine Pillars of Light time. I called them idiots before, but now who's the idiot? Oh, nice teleport, bro. That's probably not smart. He lived. Oh, and I lost my souls. Alright, I'll just run past them and ignore them. I don't think I sent the elevator back down, did I? Rookie mistake. And the Chimera is pretty medieval creature, right? And one of the big themes of the movie is that basically the pagan world Merlin and Morgan come from is coming to an end. Oh no, in comparison to the Christian world that Arthur represents. Okay. Yeah, so the Chimera originally, I think, is a bit more, even like Middle Eastern. Is in addition to the Chimera, you get things like the Hippogriff and Griffins. I guess those are a bit more Greek or Assyrian. I don't exactly remember where the origins of those come from. And you think that's had an influence on Ulasil as a much greener, brighter, livelier world than present in the game. Well, that also should have been like during the time somewhat that the flame was more lively. Because the big group of primordial serpents bowing to the Dark Lord and the one really isn't talked about, only Frampt and Koth. Yeah, there are a lot of those serpents, and we don't really get any information about them, which is kind of troubling, really. And there's also, like, the possibility that the primordial serpents could be more related to the idea of, what is it called? Yggdrasil and Yurlunger? I might be misremembering which creature eats the roots of the Yggdrasil, the Tree of Life. But that was also a thing. Where's the grub? Oh. So as we get hit by it, we do see like the feathers come out of that thing. So I might want to go back to Rosaria's chamber to see if the ones over there have the same effect. Now that I think about it, but... Oof, I almost slipped. Aw. Okay, so it wasn't going to drop an item. I thought it was going to drop an item. Wait, he picked up the items? Okay. Oh, it was a gem. Okay, I remember now. Having a little bit of short-term amnesia. Yeah, 699 souls of a great champion you keep handy when playing. Oh, it was a Manticore and a Chimera mix for the Guardian, right? Uh, maybe? I forget that Manticores are also things. So, yeah, I don't remember what the real difference is between the Manticore and a Chimera is off the top of my head, actually. Kind of cool. Think about. Is that it? I think that might have been it. So yeah, we get the prayer from like Rosaria's cage, which is kind of weird to think about. That she was in a cage of all things, like equivalent to like a bird cage. Maybe these things will jump off the roof. Don't need to fight him. Oh, screw it. I guess I'm gonna go the other way then. Nidhogg. Okay, Nidhogger. Okay, thank you guys. All the geeks responded at once. I mean, that's awesome. Like, I love that so many people were on top of their game with their lore knowledge. But nobody's surprised. I pull out the binoculars again. So Burwa says, so the angels were in the cage. Presumably not Rosaria, but Gertrude was. Because I think there's another item that talks about how she was locked away. And so that would kind of go hand in hand with her, like having the kind of divine pillar of faith spell that we just picked up a little bit ago. And so yeah, Mambo on the tube, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so going back to that idea of like, there is the possibility that the primordial serpents are related to Nidhogger and that they are trying to eat at the tree of life. And like metaphorically speaking, that could just be like the flame. And what do I want to say about that? Bramped might have guided Gwyn to sacrificing himself to weaken Gwyn. Like, his role is kind of dubious as well as Koth's, in my opinion. That they would kind of work together. I mean, hold on, let me rephrase that. I don't think, like, the serpents might have worked together, because we do know that they're supposed to be, like, super greedy and all that. So there's the possibility that they were trying to serve their own individual ends, and they're just trying to work from different angles. So Koth would probably be more aligned with the dark, whereas, what's it called? Prompt might have just allied himself with the flame and Gwyn, because it was easier. So yeah, I'll look at chat while these guys wander around, because we'll see a bit more of that infighting, I think. Or is it not from these dudes, it's from those dudes? I forget how it works out. So it might just show that some of these are just more hollowed, because the one seems to be like attacking his friend more than anything. Okay. Thank you, teacher. You'll take your extra credit now. And RA said, you thought there was some theory about the cage holding one of Gwyn's kids and the feathers coming from that kid. I don't know about that theory. Hilda says, Nor Jormungandr girdles the world in the ocean, and Nidhogger gnawed at the tree's roots and ate the corpses on the beach of Nastrand. Okay. And Fagely says, a chimera is a snake, lion, eagle thing. A manticore is more of a scorpion and a lion and shit. So you're just thinking off the top of your head. So I don't remember what the Sanctuary Guardian's tail was like, because I mean, it seemed like a chimera, but it also seemed like slightly different. Oh, it lived. So now that we've come down a bit more... Ow. Gonna get shot. I think those knights over there start fighting these dudes. Which is kind of weird. I didn't realize that those would be able to break the things. He also has red eyes, so part of me wonders if like he's been taken in by the Abyss at all. Okay, so he doesn't fight these things. So I thought somebody told me that they do fight each other in this area. Oh, I didn't realize I was so low on health. And then I missed the parry. Okay, but that's fine. It's right next to the elevator. No big deal. We already cleared out everything else. And Elda says to RA, some people theorize Gertrude was Gwyn's granddaughter and her mother was Guinevere. How long until this guy runs out of G names? Yeah. G names and L names. We got Lautrec, Lawrence, Llewellyn. Those are all of the L names that I know. No, there's more. I just can't think of them. Lothric, Lorien, Lothian. It's enough to make a man sick. Elda says, Frampt is so cute, you can't think bad of him. You think he was a sociopath and he aped the nobility of Gwyn. Like, he thinks he's a good guy and Gwyn's a chum, but he doesn't question that he sacrifices all of Gwyn's peers at the Lord Vessel. Mr. X says, is it possible that Rosaria is Gertrude reincarnated? That is a possibility, especially with, like, the whole thing of rebirth, as well as, like, Grubs being kind of more related to butterflies as opposed to like actual like angels. It is kind of weird how that would work out, I guess, but it's hard to say for sure. And we do see that at least in the Cathedral of the Deep, like it was formerly the Way of White. Oh sweet. And they kind of did change their religion, and whether or not like the cathedral knights there were originally from Lothric and all that is also worth considering as to whether or not they were the Gertrude's covenant was related to Lothric at some point, with her like being found there. Steel soldier helm, sweet. Okay, I want to read the shield as well as the helm, because I forget exactly the affiliations of all these damn mobs are. So let's not get one-tapped by a damned red-eyed lone dude. Are all the shield guys actually following him closely? That's annoying. Let's speed him up. Slow roll. I did try to dodge. I just slow reaction time, I guess. That was weird. Although the binoculars did not help me because I was trying to heal, obviously. I don't even remember pulling the binoculars back out after getting hit. I mean, that's part of the danger of the HUDless run. That's funny, though. RA says, man, you remember when you spent dozens of hours reading up on Bloodborne? Oops. Can't do two things at once, apparently. Reading up on Bloodborne lore from JSF and other usual suspects and thinking you'd figured out the mechanics of how the dreams worked in the game. You thought I'd explain like the rules of the dreams in Inception. Seemed so simple back then. And you tried to engage with Dark Souls and then you got to Blighttown and made it into Ash Lake. You said, fuck this. The Twins fight is honestly one of the From's most intense boss fights. Okay. So, yeah, one of the ways that I like to talk about the dreams in Bloodborne is, like, I like to compare them somewhat to the dreams of A Nightmare on Elm Street. Like, I don't think there's, like, a lot more parallels beyond that, but it might help some people conceive of them a bit better, because people like to ask if the dreams are, like, reality or just real or whatever. I say they probably, like, function like A Nightmare on Elm Street, where like if you die in there, like you're still gonna die, but it's not like part of the waking world. Just kind of like a separate plane. Oh yeah, we could read the shield and the helm now. Ow. Why does that hit me? Bro, I thought I put it back. That's annoying. Alright, okay. We got a little bit of time. Wait until you realize how many girls in Bloodborne have the name starting with A. Yeah. I mean, that's part of why I also get Arena confused a bit, just because there's so many names, or so many similar names for the women. I confuse Arena with Henri. Because I just think of her in the same role as like the Blood Saints in Bloodborne. Oh, I thought it was out of his range. He has a follow-up? Alright, I'm annoyed now. I wonder if my circle button's starting to mess up a little bit. Because that's like the fourth time in a short period of time. I mean, I'm gonna blame myself, but I'm starting to wonder now. Like, that was me. I'll admit that was me. But also, these kind of deaths are kind of why I don't tend to go for parries. Not that they're bad, it's just like... Why even bother with the risk if you could just flank them? So I might just do that next time. Not try to like parry and look cool for you guys. Because I'm looking like an idiot right now. But yeah, okay. Elda says, it's a bit confusing that the peoples of Lordren / the Otherworld view themselves as closer to at least gods or mortals in the lands of gods. Yeah. I don't know how they view that. That's a good question. And Cameron says, when you open the doors and walk up the stairs, turn around and you'll see a mural / statue of a woman. Oh, when you're talking about up in the Twin Princes. Okay. And actually, I'll look at the helmet. Oh, we got the shield and then the helmet. Dreams seem like pocket universes that require greater beings to manifest either through their own will or through the great emotions, or they are created from emotion plus lots of arcane environment factors. The way that I view Bloodborne's dreams is they're probably more like the far plane in Final Fantasy X, but I'll probably devote that topic a bit more to like a full-on video at some point. And Condi says, it's really interesting that Lothric is being separated from the other lands and is literally being brought closer to the skies or rather the heavens. Yeah. Nari says, one of the things in Elden Ring you're looking forward to the most is the return of good English voice acting. Henri, Greyrat, all these characters are made so compelling by their VAs, even if you don't understand their lore. Meanwhile, Sekiro is voiced by Noshir Dalal, who doesn't deserve to ever get hired for anything ever. Oof. I didn't play the English version of Sekiro. I mean, like, with the English voice actor, so I don't know how that worked out. And Mr. X says you'd love to see some Middle English, Middle English in Elden Ring. I don't know about that. But this is an orthodox round small shield made from metal. Small shields offer little damage absorption and stability, but they are lightweight and ideal for parrying. Damn it, this doesn't tell me anything. So it looks like we get that symbol of whom they're related to. So that just looks like the Lothric Great Shield sigil type thing. That's the Cathedral one. So that one has a thing on it, like a bird. I guess I never picked up that shield. So that one looks more similar to the Knight Shield. Maybe. The Lothric Knight Shield versus the Iron Shield. No, that does look a bit different. I don't know. Maybe the Steel Helm will say it, and I'm just been wasting my time a bit. Where is it? Is it down like by the junk? Oh yeah, Steel Soldier Helm. Typical helm for a Lothric shoulder, Iron Maid soldier. Iron Maid but half fallen apart. It is never unwise to wear a sturdy form of head protection against arrows or other somatic threats. Okay, so there's just Lothric Knights. Soldiers, rather. Not quite as good as the Knights. You don't know, man? Whoever wrote the dialogue of Dark Souls never even figured out how to conjugate with thou. I mean, that stuff's kind of hard to do as a translator. Like, it's not like we're actually taught Middle English in schools or anything like that. You just kind of have to make do with your knowledge base. Running low on the stamina. Ow. Ow. Damn it, I thought it was covered. Alright, so what, fourth time's the charm? I whiffed, I whiffed, I whiffed. I only got another angry guy. Oh, I thought that was going to be a parry for real. But that was terrible timing. Oh my god. Alright. That was definitely me. For some reason I was thinking my third swing would be faster, like at the same speed as the second one, but no. I'll be a bit more cognizant of that going forward. The feels when you're gonna die to the trash more than the boss, most likely. So, RA says, you doubt I'll have such a mechanical approach to it all, but you're still interested to hear me talk about it? Talk about what specifically? Mr. Miyazaki, thine is a word that exists, please use it. I mean, it's not really, like, Miyazaki's fault. It's like, whoever, like, localizes the games. And, like, part of the reason why I'm not going to blame, like, a translator for messing that up, I mean, I guess you could blame them, because, I mean, who else could you blame? Damn it, no stamina. Is that, like, I don't know that stuff off the top of my head very well, so I'm not gonna be as critical of others for not knowing that. But I mean, by the same token, like, if I was, like, paid to render that kind of service, I would try to do, like, the best job that I could and probably try to put some more research into it to make it feel a bit more authentic. But by the same token, if you make certain things authentic, it becomes harder for people to become immersed with it. So there are some elements at play. Like, I don't know what the proper approach should always be. Because sometimes less is more, and then other times less is not enough. Damn it. Alright, so fifth time is the charm. Too early. Let's just go with this. The old bread and butter. Like, I really want to parry this guy right now, but it's not worked out for us so well. Right. Fifth time's the charm. Then I'm probably gonna die to these things. Just to round out the experience here. Ooh. But that should not have been a backstab. I disagree with that. That was definitely me fucking up. Oh, I never used the shard. I don't think we ever went back. We'll need to go back before we actually fight the boss to finish the stuff off with Orbeck. Run at me. Keep coming. That was rude. I'm low. Worried about the one over there. Okay, so he's going back. That's perfect. I don't know why I didn't just roll there. That was dumb. Go. Sweet. Large Titanite shard plus an ember. Definitely not bad reward for all that crap. Oh, yo. So I think there's just another elevator like right next to the door right there, which will take down to the bottom. We get some more of the wax statues. Nothing up here. Some more views. Pretty. So there's also a mural over there I think we want to check out, is what the chat was saying. Nothing up here. Really, that was weird, the visual effect on that. So this one goes all the way down to the bottom, if I remember. Into that one, like over by the Dragon Slayer armor. Yeah. Definitely not the most convenient location. I feel like it was either this one or maybe it's the other one. Okay, yeah. It has the secret little lift. White Knight slab, sweets. And I don't think there's anything under here. You know, always gotta check in these games. Alright, so that's a regret. Okay. Then I can catch up on chat a bit better. You mean thou canst learn how to use it by reading the Wikipedia page? Well, Elden is already ye old word. A regular secondary school English class. Yeah, part of the issue is you just need to commit if you're gonna like go into it, and a lot of people don't for whatever reason. So that's kind of the kind of thing that you ideally want to happen at like the end of whether you've translated the lines, and just like that'd be more like the quality control aspect of the thing, but it's whatever. Mr. X says there's 3 more at the top. You usually ignore them. Yeah, I mean, just for like the first time through, I'm gonna fight them all. Do I want to leave this here for now? Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the other elevator. I don't think there's anything beneath it. I want to double check it. Orbeck summon is on the left, slab under this elevator. Okay. Disappointed they didn't put a room at the bottom like a shrine or something. Yeah, that would have been cool. Another shrine. Or even just like a drop down to something like a Madeir. I mean, obviously, like, not really Midir, but something along those lines, like an extra hidden boss. Like, that could have been a cool tie into Osiris and Ocelot and, like, the Consumed King's Garden, like, having an additional way to go for it. Alright, so this one just goes up, I think. Let's check our souls. Oh, shit, we can level up still? Alright, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go level up and buy Orbeck stuff. And I'm gonna Ember up before buying his stuff. May as well do that now. Oh, and we got the Estus Shard. And then I'll save Scum before Orbeck, go and kill... What's it called? The Twin Princes? Let me think about this. I might summon Orbeck the first time around, because when I reload it, I'll kill Orbeck for the Morian Blade, and I won't be able to summon him for the fight. Maybe I'll just look outside the arena beforehand. No, I just wasn't embered, Mr. X, so that's why his sign wouldn't appear. I only died 12 times.
Very well, then taken.
Vagamensch, you use the angel area to level your character's lot. It's the best farming area, yeah. I'm probably not going to level up more of a vigor with 1200. Oh, I'm embered right now, so never mind. Wait, no, that doesn't show up. I'll leave that. Alright, so we're embered up.
Back again. Perfect.
Right, and then we do have enough for the final.
Promise to stay.
And save Scum out. I can summon him, kill the Twin Princes, then collect his ashes in the library. Okay. Professor Gomez, oh, it's no problem that you're late for work. I always appreciate when you show up, and thank you for the greetings. And I hope you're doing well. Oh, why am I doing that? Vagamensch says, oh, hi, and all, forgot to say hello. Yeah, welcome back to the stream, Vagamensch. I also forgot to say hello, so thanks for reminding me. Yeah, the Twin Princess fight is really fun. I really want to do it solo to begin with, and I might just not summon Orbeck at all then. It depends if there's other summons, because if there's somebody else, I might just solo it. At least the first time around. You're getting old, aren't we all? So he might say something, so of course I did not have the binoculars. I did actually have them out. I just switched to the Estus.
Back again. Perfect.
So let's see if he says something after we buy this one.
You are no ordinary man. All these sorceries, and you've mastered every one. If this were the Dragon School, you'd be, well, overtly despised and banished from the place. Well, I suppose it's time I packed my bags. I would hate to see our agreement end sourly. Better left, tucked away, as a pleasant memory. You are no ordinary man. All these sorceries, and you've mastered every one. If this were the Dragon School, you'd be...
Is this a reference to himself? Maybe.
Overtly despised and banished.
I think it's possible.
Well, I suppose it's time I packed
Orbeck's voice is so satisfying, like he sees himself in you. Yeah, I think so as well.
Better left.
Damn it, I missed it.
It's a pleasant memory.
I was trying to surprise all you guys in chat.
Promise to stay safe. It seems too late. Then there's only one thing to do. With regret, I will end this here and now. farewell. We had a nice little school going.
So his backstab was kind of cool, but okay. Yeah, I was just screwing with you guys. I'm gonna reload it again. When someone tells you you're getting old, I tell them you're actually dying, so are they. You aren't even a spellcaster, you would say I mastered them. He doesn't know that. Just to mess with you guys. LP just got schooled, or Beck the Badass. I don't think anything's gonna top Grey Rat calling us a crusty ash bastard. It's one of my favorite insults in the Soulsborne catalog. Oh yeah, and we did pick up his ashes, so I guess I could give them to the handmaid and as well as talk to Patches. Cold piss. Oh, so you can summon Sirius, but I left her be, essentially. We ended her quest line.
I promise to stay.
I mean, I don't need to do that. I might, just because of the boss fight.
Just wasn't neat. Pretty, I go.
What else? The Grey Rat stuff?
Ah, how gracious and almost. Oh. But as better.
So we get the Divine Blessings, some more of that. So she has all of his items. Oh, okay, so it's this thing, I think. Yeah, that was the sigil that I was thinking of. Okay. I just didn't buy it, is all. That's on the Iron Shield as well as that one. Okay, cool. The Black Hand set. So we haven't looked at this one yet. This is attire of hunters known as the King's Black Hands. This wide-brimmed hat is emblematic of the role. Black Hand was a title established to honor hunters who served successive kings. To date, no more than 3 such individuals have borne this distinction. So I guess there is a bit of a difference between, like, the Black Hand as well as Rosaria's fingers. Like, I mean, obviously there's going to be a difference, but... Okay, I think that's it. Exploding bolt.
Ashen one.
I just want to check the values on this, even though we're not going to really be using it. Where were they? Oh. What's it called again? The Black Hand. Oh, assassin. That's the assassin set? Okay. Black Hand hat and then the assassin set. Okay. I think I probably already had some of those, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna go back to the boss. I'm trying to think. Is it really the Dragon Slayer armor that's the closest bonfire? I thought there was something closer. Must be. I don't know. Elda says, you wish you got more on how magic works outside of battle, like grand magic workings, or if pyromancy could do things besides mutate life forms. The Vogmunch says, this game, man, sometimes you feel like you've been married to it. That's kind of how I feel about Bloodborne, honestly. And Elda says, you'd say that the miracles appeared stronger than magic because of what gods could do, but when you see Gwendolyn's illusions, a whole city with sorcery, it seems mattered more who was using the magic. And going back to that idea, I did see in like the description for the Ivory King for like Dark Souls 2, like it appears like Ilium Lois itself is connected to his soul. So it seems like they can craft cities out of the power of their souls, or to a certain extent, like, I don't know, some other things. Just pretty crazy to think about. And I do like that idea as far as like how it could tie it into like Anor Londo's like strange shape in Dark Souls 3, like with the soul of Gwendolyn kind of being corrupted through Aldrich and whatnot. Like that could explain that connection. Oh shit. Go. I think I'm stuck, guys. There we go. Yeah, Dragon Slayer armor is the closest. Thank you. RA says, someone made this elevator, they made it to come down here and have nothing but that slab. Great game. Like, part of me is surprised they didn't have, like, a random hidden entrance coming off the side of it. Just because, like, that's the real, like, FromSoft go-to move as far as these games are concerned. I think there might be a summon on one of these. Maybe not. Maybe with Cirrus gone. Probably not. So then Orbeck would be the other one. Oh. To the left of the door? Or maybe I need to open the door and look inside. The real question is, do I have my flasks out or my binoculars? Of course. I had to believe in myself for not switching. Kinda cool. Oh, the one on top's different too. Probably gonna get stabbed in the back. So that looks more like the priestess. So priestess, knight, not scholar. Interesting. We get the whole angel motif at the top of this. They're holding up a crown. And a faceless woman. So that woman's probably supposed to be Gertrude there. Opening doors is always good cinematics for these games. I don't think there's the summon. Maybe the Orbeck thing has to be done before we get by all his sorceries, because he leaves? Or is it further down the stairs? Yeah, I don't know. If not, it's not the worst thing, I guess. Interesting. Okay. We solo the bosses, we solo the bosses. Not the end of the world. Did you guys... Would his ashes already be in the archives since we did everything? It's at the top, go left. His sign wasn't there. Did I completely exhaust his dialogue? I think I did.
Another dogged contender.
I'm not too worried.
Welcome,
At least now.
unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, The mantle of Lord interests me none.
Maybe I... No, I thought I did buy it this
The
time.
fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords. Let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
So it's cool that Lothric and Lorien will actually talk to us. As like a Lord of Cinder. And tell us like, bro, don't, this shit sucks. Yeah, I'm actually... No. I'll probably die on purpose just to show off some of those abilities. So panic rolling is a no-go. Shouldn't be any surprise. I wonder if I could parry that stab. Oh, so there's feathers all over this arena from that shot? I don't remember if that was there. Oh, maybe it was. I tried to parry, but I pressed the wrong button. It's always cool when he actually, like, stands up. Ooh, wasn't expecting that. That's cool. I've missed that roll. Chance. Oh, I don't know if I can. Felt like that should have been close. Why do I keep doing that then? Oh, that was lucky. Okay. Yeah, I felt like that should have parried if it was parryable. So I don't think I can punish that, at least not with my R2s. Amazing. And so to beat this fight, you have to kill the little brother on the back, or the older brother on the back. The smaller brother on the back.
Oh, dear brother, I'm on my way. My brother, unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
Thank you for sticking around, Nymphalis. Sorry you need to go, but it's understandable. Hope you have a good day. If you're still around. And if not, screw you, I guess. I don't know. Dude, that's 3 times larger than him despite having no legs, swinging a flaming obelisk. Oh, I wonder if I could parry that.
This spot marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
I love that line of dialogue. It's just, I don't know, something really nice and whimsical about it somehow. Getting both their swords and the lightsaber laser beam fusion of the two made 4 playthroughs, so is the game worth it on their own? Phobo says, you never got the lore reason why the older brother can't walk. Well, they did link the flame at one point, I think. Because, or maybe... Damn, I should have paid more attention to that cutscene. Where am I going? Is this spot? Okay, okay. vertigo for a moment there. Yeah, so with the princes linking, I mean, they've probably been a bit mangled from that process, but even not, like, they've been cursed to, like, have their soul, which was one at one point, to be split into two. So that could presumably have made Lorien more feeble as a result of that. Go see if Orbeck left? Okay. Oh, am I going down? I forgot to send the elevator back down. Wait, their soul is one, so it's one guy? Sorta, yeah. So their soul might have been split because of, like, Osiris's experiments and trying to deal with souls and becoming a dragon. So if I remember correctly, like, it is pretty clear, like, at least maybe in Bloodlust dialogue, that at one point their souls were split, and so when you combine them, they finally become one for the first time? Or maybe it's the other way around, like, after their fight, their souls kind of finally become one again, and so Lilith's like, are you sure you like want to split them up? Something like that. And so that's probably why you need the extra playthroughs to make it all work. I'm not too worried about Orbeck. I do want to, like, just solo these guys because it's fun. They taught the older brother how to walk incorrectly as a joke. Oh shit. I forgot that you actually get ganked when you walk in the door. Oh, that was a bad roll. That was kind of cool looking though. I'm not too upset. Oh, pick up my souls. I did do that again. I need to roll to the right. That's gonna hurt. As I continue to roll to the left. Bonk in the face. Right, so, okay, he loses his energy. I don't know if they ember up together or if the younger just revives the older, or the vice versa. The older revives the younger.
Oh, dear brother, I'm on my way. My brother, unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would, for that is our curse.
So it looks more like angelic magic as opposed to more fire-based ones. So I guess you could make the argument that they probably haven't linked. I mean, that just seems a bit less likely to me, but who knows? Maybe their soul or something will expand on it a little bit more. Okay, no, he gets fire back. Okay, no, they totally ember up. So yeah, I'm gonna say that these dudes linked, for sure.
This spot.
Oh damn it, I was that low.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
Okay, that's fine. Elda says, you don't think they linked, you think they were the ones who were supposed to link next, but they didn't. I feel like with them embering up in that second phase at the very end, it shows that they've linked. I mean, I guess you could argue against that, because, like, maybe the Ashen one hasn't linked because... And, well, let me rephrase that. Maybe the Ashen one hasn't linked, but they can still ember up. I could see the arguments going, like, that way. That embering doesn't mean that you've automatically linked. But since they're also called, like, the Lords, and they're, like, related to all of the other Lords that linked in the past, I mean... It seems way more likely to me that they would have linked. And they don't want to have their powers used to link it again, because they know how ineffective it truly is. Fuck. Why didn't I raise it up the last time? I had him in the perfect G spot. Alright, Professor Gomez, thank you for stopping by, and I hope you have a good day. RA says, half the challenge... Oh, I missed. You say, half the challenge in these boss fights is the music. When you went for all the platinums, eventually started listening to YouTube videos while playing, and that made the boss fights way easier. You're not wrong, it's kind of like the... Whose line is it? Or not whose line, but wow, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire effect, where, like, the music causes a lot more stress on the contestant, probably than the actual game show. Okay. The pro strat of actually leaving the damn thing on the ground. I hope. And the fact that they drop Cinders and are Lord of Cinders, then they have linked before. Yeah, that's how I feel as well, Brisan. Also, welcome back to the stream. He can be cheesed where you had him by shooting Lothric in the neck with arrows. Oh, I mean... That was bad. It was also bad. Oh, this is annoying me. I just want to heal now. Here you go. I think I missed my first trigger on that, which is why I was slow react, and then I got punished. Damn it. I'm low. I'm dead. I'm not dead. Should be dead. I'm gonna die now. There we go. That was a really bad phase 1 for me. Damn it, those damn homing things. Mistimed it.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
I'm not sure if that actually one-shot me. I don't think it did because I lived on the other ones. So maybe it caught me in the roll that I didn't get to do. I don't know, that was weird. Just in time, welcome back. You said hello, how's the stream? We just started to fight Lothric and Lorien, which is a bunch of fun. So we did everything pretty much leading up to that with the Grand Archives. It's a game glitch, you're just pointing it out. Oh, it's all good. If you spook and stand still when you enter the boss, Lorien can't see you. If only these bosses had the good sense to farm, easy soul farm enemies and level up at a Firekeeper, they wouldn't get their shit pushed in by some rando zombie that speedran their kingdom in an hour. Even still, I feel like, you know, the Chosen Undead or the Ashen One will eventually download the boss's movement patterns, because you can kill them at soul level 1 and all that. But I know you're just joking. So they're gonna get got one way or another. I'm gonna get ganked. Ooh, I got lucky. Should have just done it faster. As they say, hesitation is defeat. Oh, he's doing that one. Oh, he's not doing any of them? That was weird. Hey, I remembered to roll to the right. Then I didn't. And then I rolled onto it. Damn it. Just want to punish him. That was weird. Got me with the first part of the swing, and then I got punished. Oh shit. Oh, that's annoying.
This spot.
I should have
marks
rolled.
our grave,
Okay.
But you may rest here too.
Probably should just two-hand it and focus on rolling. Probably the smarter play. So Justin says, do you think the books from the archives are the same books from Seath's archives? I wondered that myself. I feel like if they do have access to some of Logan's spells, they might have gotten some books from the Duke's archives. Probably not all of them, just because the Profane Capital has the other half of Logan's magic. So, yeah. Reading the Sword Saint is honestly your favorite gaming memory. In all of Dark Souls, it seems to me that the primordial serpents may be talking immortal cats might be the form from a past cycle before the time of the ancients. Maybe. I don't know, because like with them dying in Dark Souls 3, it's kind of weird. You'd expect them to be a bit more timeless. So I don't know if anybody's watched Jujutsu Kaisen, but it occurred to me that this fight is very similar to one in that show. And you might, if you've seen it, you might know what I'm talking about. Damn. That's too close. Oh man, that just takes so long to wind up. All over again. I rolled too soon, and then that didn't track at all.
This spot.
And okay, that was
marks
just
our
bad on my
grave,
part.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
So a little bit of my difficulty right now is just coming from how long it takes to recover from my attacks, and then the other part is just playing badly. You wonder how Koth died, and you wonder if it was a serpent genocide. Yeah, it is really weird that he's supposedly dead, and it just happens off screen. Maybe one of the lords of ancient past killed the serpents. It's kind of even more annoying that we don't get information about it. Actually, I wonder if that ties into Ludleth with his what's it called? The soul transposition and like the thing on the skull ring? Oh, I never read the actual dragon rings that we picked up. Where is the skull ring? I thought we killed him and I didn't save over that portion. Actually, I should probably switch to the Chloranthy ring. Oh, maybe not. Oh, there it is. I was just super blind. Okay. The Soul Feeder was a beast that insatiably absorbed souls to feed its own power. Even after its accursed corpse was burned, it is said that the pungent stench of souls left the air permanently stained. So yeah, I wonder maybe Ludleth could have killed the serpent, and maybe the serpent was known as a soul feeder? Because you can feed Frampt a ton of items. I mean, I guess those technically aren't souls, but makes me wonder. I don't think that's super likely, I just wonder now. I was slow on that roll. Figured I was gonna get punished for that one. Oh, I missed? That's annoying. Oh, I thought I was gonna die from that one for sure. I guess I had more HP than I thought at first. Go. Gonna summon that crap again. Annoying. Stuck on the pillar. Go again. Ooh, I got lucky. How am I already at low HP? I don't think that would have done damage. I'm out of stamina. I'm gonna. Oh, that was it? He has so much less HP than I expected. Oh, I just need to hit him now. Okay, okay. I was probably gonna... I just totally whiffed that. I got lucky there. A slow roll. Don't know how that does it. Okay, it's that one. Damn it.
Mark my words, Ash One. You remain among the accursed.
I didn't mean to scroll that far with that. That kind of sucked. Alright, so that wasn't terrible. It wasn't great either. So let's go see if Orbek's at the shrine. And if not, I mean, that's cool. I might have forgotten to give him the actual spell. But if I have to fight the twins a couple times, I'm not going to be too upset. So you guys are talking a bit. Your sweet Shalkyar. You wonder how Koth died, and you wondered if it was serpent genocide. Alvina and Shal seem to know the secrets beyond the gods at times, like when Alvina could traverse the abyssal realm. And we also picked up his soul. So this dude is gone, so let's go back to the archives. I don't know where his set, or like where his stuff's supposed to be at this point. The serpent seemed truly immortal in Dark Souls 1. Back off. Content-wise, you could have fought them, so maybe they just survived for a long time. Yeah, the serpents. Wait, Aldia became a serpent? You thought he was stuck as a flaming tree root. Oh, I missed what Justin said. Aldia also became a serpent by the end of his journey. Seems like those two species are relics of the Age of Ancients. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that either. So, Orbek's ashes are allegedly in here somewhere. If not down here, I'll probably just go up and then work my way down. Forgot about the enemies. Bonk. There. Down, okay. Oh. Damn it, rolled into him. That's not good. I guess I could still roll. I thought I was gonna be weird. Might get cursed right here. So let's see. Over here. Nothing over here. You guys might have already said it. Near the trio of the elevator. Okay. What's the fastest way to get there right now? Dropping down there? No. Aldia looks extremely similar to the serpents. Big head protruding from an abyss and has vast knowledge. Tetsuo, welcome back to the stream. You said you gotta respect the ability to play without the HUD. Thank you. It was a little bit difficult with the princes because I wasn't sure how much damage they were dealing. So I guess I could have gone up like the archive elevator. That's great. Let's just follow that. Very convenient ladder, able to block magic. Oh god, you're in the archives, your second least favorite area next to Shrek's Swamp? Really? I don't know, I like the archives. I think they're cool. It's another area. Okay, I got distracted. No ashes over here yet. Or is it just up the elevator, actually? Let me look back over here, and I'll look at chat again. So this is Gank City. Could be behind something, maybe? I don't know. Eldegusta says, why do they light the top of their head on fire? To keep their waxy flexible? Maybe. It seems to me like the ones that use like more magic are on fire. So they might be more attuned to that? It's kind of weird. I don't know why they'd do that either. But presumably, like, being like covered with wax protects them from the curse, so maybe they're trying to subvert their own curse. Which, I mean, it would be unsuccessful if they've already turned hollow and are attacking us, I guess. It's a bit weird how, like, the hollows seem to align with their own interests, so I don't know. Jump down, right to the left. You've passed his ashes, go back. Okay. Put the wax on and drop down the ladder into the library. They're on a chair. Okay, so he's by like all the scholars then. That would make sense. And I just want to kill this guy for looking at me funny. Okay, totally see him, yeah. Just need to actually use my eyes. What we need are more eyes. Got another robe. And we did pick up the candlestick way earlier. Oh, I should check that out. So I'll wait for the wax to expire before doing everything with his corpse. That sounds a lot worse than I meant it. Poor Orbeck, looking all disheveled and shit. Okay. Tetsuo says, archives look cool. It's rare to see your place clean and organized like that in the world of Dark Souls. Problem is, it's filled with wax mages, thieves, sinister books, and a ton of magic, and the place is confusing for you. Okay. Bobos, you have to go. Thank you very much. I know we're running a bit longer today, but we're probably going to end it pretty soon as well. So thank you for stopping by for as long as you have. Elda says, the wax pool must be nasty with all these dead guys bobbing for apples in it. That's a good point. Grant us eyes, yeah. Oh, McRombles, grant us fries. Damn, the wax is lasting longer than I thought. Orbeck, he sounds familiar and looks familiar. Who is he? So he's the dude that was teaching us sorcery in Dark Souls 3. So we just finished up his quest line, and so this is kind of like one of the alternate endings for it. The quote-unquote nice one? I guess the nice one is to not like learn every single thing in magic, so he feels a bit less shown up, I guess. It's a bit weird. Orbeck looks waxy for some reason. Wait, why is he here? So after you get all of the books and learn all of the sorceries that you possibly can in the game from him, he's like, I have nothing else to teach you, so let's part ways before like things grow nasty or something like that. And then he's probably in search of more sorceries, which is why he ends up in the Grand Archives, and he probably doesn't have as much of a reason to continue on anymore. Okay, there we go. So, without as much of a driving purpose in life, people tend to go hollow. So that's probably why he is the way that he is. Although, it's interesting that he's actually, like, dead. He doesn't attack us, now that I think about it like that. Shit, I wasn't trying to break the table, but okay, we'll deal. So our dude, he definitely looks a little bit pale there. His eyes look to be black, which is kind of cool. Kind of weird. Kind of gross. But yeah. Pick up Orbeck's ashes. I wonder if this chair is breakable. Nope. Immortal chair. Okay. So yeah, I was pretty much just doing that to get the footage. So we're going to go ahead and reload the save. Then, yeah, we'll go fight the princes again, and probably end there. Can we say for certain he's hollow? I mean, sort of. You could say that, like, being dead is just being in a state of catatonic hollowness. Like, they don't react to the world anymore. Maybe? I don't know, because if the pilgrims truly died, that might allow them to escape their being hollow, but yeah. I feel like saying hollow is probably just the easiest way to say that he's dead. Justin says, the wax heads were used to protect against the books posted in the Discord. Yeah. And so those books can curse the player, so the wax protects against curse. Which is kind of interesting that you don't get like a wax-covered shield or something to actually like help you later on in the game. Maybe the idea is like it covers all of your pores or something along those lines so that the curse can't enter you? And Elda says, when you played Dark Souls for the first time, you were wondering if all the corpses in the game were just dead hollows in between waking up. A nice theme, thank you. So we'll go ahead and buy the rest of his items again. So yeah, you were asking more specifically what he talks about. We could show this off again really easily. So we can talk to him. It's not too much right there. Sorry, I just kind of skipped through it. It's not too important. So we've already bought everything else. We just have this left to purchase from him on this run. So we'll buy it. And then when we talk to him again, he'll say something a bit different. And actually, let me try to get this a little bit more cinematic over here.
You are no ordinary man. All these sorceries, and you've mastered every one. If this were the Dragon School, you'd be, well, overtly despised and banished from the place. Well, I suppose it's time I packed my bags. I would hate to see our agreement end sourly. Better left, tucked away, as a pleasant memory. You are no ordinary man.
So yeah, that's pretty much all he has to say about that. He doesn't want their relationship to sour because, like, he has nothing left to teach us, so he figures, like, he's not very close to people, so he doesn't really need to stick around much longer lest it turn sour. Which is why he's packing his bags.
I would hate to see our agreement end sourly. It seems too late. And there's only one thing to do. So be it. It was nice while it lasted.
So yeah, that was actually like the perfect footage for that. I think now we can give Andre our Estus shard, because I would have forgotten about that again.
It was neat.
Okay.
Pretty be careful, I go.
And maybe I already did the bone shard, or I don't remember. So we could probably talk to Yuria now, and she'll give us the Morian blade.
Ah, our lord and rightful liege. Speak freely, thy lord. Ah, I see Orbek's claim is proven false. As it should be our right and deserving Lord of Hollows. It is a Londor treasure befitting of a true lord. Lord of Hollows, may the dark sigil guide thy way.
Morian blade. So yeah, we've done everything with Orbek. Might as well get the super cool weapon, since he's just going to turn to ashes anyway. So that's why we just save scummed.
Be safe,
And also, it's fun to fight the twin princes, even if we die a couple times. And then Justin says, Irithil Dungeon kind of proves that the corpses are just hollows that have become catatonic. The screaming ones are sort of an in-between. Actually, I'm going to unequip the strength ring and go back to the Chloranther ring. Because recovering my stamina is like the more important facet for this boss fight. Like, obviously, like, doing damage is great, but I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor.
Gracious and all. But as better.
Alright, purchase. I might as well go for this. Okay. And I think we already gave all the tomes to Carla, so I don't need to worry about that. I mean, I'm not worried either way, but...
Ah, yes. Yes. There is one thing.
Okay,
Do
so we're all
say
good. Let me go back to the Dragon Slayer armor. Oh. Okay. And back up the elevator. Maybe... yeah, if I did that elevator, I think I should already have this slab. Okay, not too worried. Oh, check Patches. Thank you, Mr. X. Patches is a bastard, but you like you. And Tetsuo says, why would the Dragon School hate you for being a sorcery master? You'd think they'd praise the ground you walk on and try to learn anything they can from you. So that's kind of what Orbek is hinting at. Like, the Dragon School, despite their appearances, they aren't as interested in sorcery as you would expect. There is a lot of level of politics that goes into it. He was used as an assassin, which is part of why he's dissatisfied with his role. So yeah, let's go check Patches again. Carla is the best girl in Dark Souls 3. You want her to read you a cleric bedtime stories? Yeah, I wonder if Carla is blind. Just because she can read Braille. Like, who the hell would have taught her that if she isn't blind? And Elda says, all the scholar talk has you wondering if Rom could learn given time, and she wouldn't be Vacarous after she hits the books for an eon or two. No, I think there's no hope for Rom, personally. Akshan Sharma, welcome back to the stream. I know we're running really long today, but having a decent time. We're probably going to end right after we kill... Okay, so Patches is gone. So I guess we need to kill the Twin Princes because he's gone looking for Grey Rat. I'm going to die. Almost. How am I? I'm doing pretty well. We just killed the Twin Princes. It took us a couple tries, like maybe 5 or 6 total. It's giving me a little bit of trouble, so I mean, I might die again. It's kind of always interesting, like, fighting the bosses multiple times in a row. No more worrying about Patches or Orbek. Tetsuo says, weird question, but is there anything unique about Carla? Her knowledge of dark sorceries puts her in a unique position in the world, do you think? So, she's probably a fragment of Manus, as kind of hinted towards in like Dark Souls 2. There's a other couple bits of dialogue or descriptions which hint towards that as well. So whether or not she's related to Nishandra or Shanalot, I'm not sure. Or something else entirely. No need to go this way. Justin says, Ram's brain is mush and all the eyes are on the outside. Yeah. Because Ram isn't just stupid, but a form of mentally deficient for, can you say the R word in this case? I mean, if we can avoid it, I don't see why we shouldn't. Just to be smarter about things. Damn it. I knew that. Damn it. I did it again. Sabotaged myself. Like 3 times in a row now. Oh well, I guess it leaves all doubt that I did pick up the Titanite slab. So it's not the end of the world. You just believe that Ram is an infant Ebrightus. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I think that's there's a chance for that to be true. I wish there was just a little bit more between their linking. But as I pointed out in like one of my videos, like in earlier developments, Ebrightus was called Kos. So it seems more likely to mean some extent that like there is that connection between Ebrightus and Ram. Probably because of like the messed up eyes and whatnot on the inside/outside. No, I understand, Max. And if like something comes out like accidentally, like I'm not going to be upset or anything like that. But at least in the position that I have, I'd like to try to be a decent role model. Like I know I kind of curse a little bit more than I intend to at times, but yeah. Why not use what position I have for the better? So we know we can't summon quite yet. I'm not too worried about it, so this is going to be a fun fight. I'll just let the cutscene play again.
Oh dear.
And Tetsuo says, a fragment of Manus? He died in the abyss in the past now. Even if his soul turned into fragments, they'd never see the sun. So yeah, Justin points out in Dark Souls 2, his soul splits, creating a bunch of daughters who home-wreck kingdoms.
Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
Oh yeah, I gotta remember I don't have as much total stamina. Oh, shit. As much total stamina right now. I just have faster stamina recovery. Oh, that's weird timing on a lot of things. Damn it. Oh, no. Oh, I got lucky. Here we go. Damn it. Ooh, I got lucky. I felt like that. This jerk in the face. Sweet. Phase 2. Oh. Should have remembered. Should have remembered. This crap all over again, man. Thought I was dead on that one. Ooh.
This spot
Oh, I thought I rolled.
marks our grave, but you may rest here too, if you like.
No, that wasn't too bad. It wasn't too great, but it wasn't too bad. Testo says, why does Lothric's voice sound familiar? It uses Gwendolyn's voice actor from Dark Souls 1. And as Justin said, in Dark Souls 2, Manus' soul, like, kind of congealed in the darkness and formed, like, a bunch of smaller beings made out of the dark. So that's why, like, it's a thing again. And so that, the relic of those, like, Daughters of Darkness kind of gets repeated in Carla as, like, a child of the Abyss. And then Max says, the little unformed wings on Embritus kind of reminds you of something. Of unformed butterfly wings. Apparently when you take a caterpillar out of its pupa too soon, they have the same kind of thing going on. Interesting. I didn't know about... Damn it. Thought I put it back down. I didn't know about the caterpillar pupa thing. And it might also explain why it's staring at its former shell. Testo says, Lorien was so powerful he single-handedly showed the demon princes whose boss. Problem was, he was so broken and overpowered the only way to phase things out was to break his legs. LOL. Yeah. They do have some pretty cool lore, and it is kind of interesting. Like, I think it makes more sense for them to have linked the fire, just because, like, that would go along with why they're so dejected and want the flame to die out better than them, like, having done all that badass shit and then just kind of giving up at the end. I mean, that's kind of like what we do, essentially, if we, like, leave the flame, but I feel like it's more poignant if they linked and like, no, don't do it. Like, screw the world, it sucks. Justin says, it's similar to how humanity are splits of the Dark Soul. The Daughters of the Abyss are splits of the corrupted Dark Soul. Yeah. There we go. This time I actually remember to do that. And we've embered up, and so we're going to get ganked as soon as we walk in again. And I'm out of water, Nightbot. So thank you. Max says, isn't Emma pushing you to make Lothric link the flame and become Lord? Yes. And Tetsuo says, your body's weird. If you want to sleep, you have to drink tea. Tea, the thing that you drink in order to be awake. Sometimes people... Like, I like to drink coffee before I go to sleep, to be honest. Which, I mean, that definitely goes against the established grain of things. Lucky. Oh. Thought I was out of that. Direction. I should have rolled. I mean, like, the roll should have worked. Thought I was gonna get punished because I didn't have the stamina. Bonk. Oh, the 3. Oh, phased. Okay. So he's gonna summon that crap again. Gonna go behind this pillar. Caught. Go. Okay, here we go. Damn it. I thought I rolled. Thought I rolled. Tired of this dude's crap. The damn camera. Isn't his body broken yet?
This spot.
Oh, I was healing.
Marks our grave, but you may rest here too.
I thought I was gonna kill him that time. It's not like you have to drink tea before bed, it's that you have to drink tea in order to sleep. You probably might have conditioned yourself like Pavlov's dogs. Like every time you go to sleep, you drink tea. So now, like, you associate your body, like automatically associates tea with sleep, which allows it to fall to sleep a bit easier. Pavlovian responses, man. Alright, so in phase 2, he shoots out like an extra little miracle after that. The wave slam thing. The real hard part is how they do vary up how many how he'll teleport after some of his moves. So that's been catching me off guard a little bit, which is kind of interesting. I feel like with a faster weapon, this fight would be a lot easier. One that doesn't leave you open as much after a swing, but it's interesting doing it with a greatsword. And Tetsuo says, Lothric's magic looks like it's either some sort of unique special attack or it's light magic. And the latter raises some questions if it was the case. So it's probably tied to the magic of Gertrude and the Heavenly Daughter. And so, like, after he uses some of his spells, like, we'll see, like, feathers throughout the arena here. And Elda says, it's interesting, Max. If you're right, it fights with the idea that Ebrietas was where Ram was in a past cycle, and Ram is a larva, and Ebby is a butterfly. Oh, I rolled too soon. Damn it. Oh, I got lucky. Luck again. See, that's the stuff that I'm talking about. Ugh. That was weird. Knew that was coming.
This spot.
Oh, I was that low. Shit. I thought I was okay.
But you may rest here too, if you like.
Justin says, LP, what do I think of Drangleic being located in Ulasil? Pilgrim of the Dark subquest heavily implies that we're traveling through the Manus' chasm. Do you mean like literally Drangleic being in Ulasil? I don't really know. Because I haven't played through Dark Souls 2 all the way, so it's definitely harder for me to say like where Drangleic would have fit in. It's a bit weird because like you do like go through that chasm to get into it in the opening cinematic. So I think there's the argument to be made that like Drangleic is part of the Abyss to some degree. So, but whether or not that Abyss is like Ulaseel's Abyss could be a bit of a different story. Although I mean, maybe there's not really much of a real distinction between the two ideas. And you said Lothric was heavily influenced by the Scholar, so his miracles may take the form of a sorcery, like how he shoots a soul spear and has homing soul masses, but Faith Edition. Yeah. And Tetsuo says you're not one to judge, but damn, that's one messed up butterfly. Tetsuo says luck builds can destroy this boss, and since luck builds are your favorite, Lorien and Lothric are usually a speed bump for you. You just think the placement of the corpse of Ebrietas is staring at is interesting, yeah. Whiffed. Slow on my roll. Okay, here we go. Play better. That would have hit me? I was gonna get punished because I didn't have the stamina after the roll, which is always annoying. That actually hit me? I shouldn't have rolled backwards. I need to heal. Oh, that's the one that really annoys me as far as his teleports go. See, I keep getting punished for the simplest things. Go. Ugh. Go.
This spot
Fuck.
marks our grave.
I mean, fudge.
You may rest here too, if you like.
Justin says, Lothric's sword requires faith to use, so he's most likely a holy man of some kind, but he was groomed by the scholars from the archive into betraying the flame. His miracles take the form of sorcery. Yeah, I never thought about Lothric's miracles itself using sorcery. I wonder if that's also tied into the stat allocations on the blade? Or the blades? Might be worth looking into again. And Max says, it could also explain why you can bring Annalise back to life at that altar, a pupa being a symbol of transformation or something like that. Yeah, there's nothing that really does a decent job of explaining why the Altar of Despair turns back time for Annalise. It's really underdeveloped as far as like the game goes, unfortunately. Which is also kind of weird, like, then why wouldn't the pupa turn itself back in time, or like Ebrietas turn back in time? It's a bunch of questions. This crap. I rolled, and then the buffered move. Okay. Lucky. That time, not so much. Damn. Oh, that hit me still? That hit me? I'm just not having a good time. Finally. Okay. Okay, we're gonna phase. We're gonna go to this pillar. It's closer, I think. The bro blocked our path. Super annoying. Camera, please. See, I feel like I shouldn't get punished for that one, at least. Yeah, I knew he was gonna shoot that time. I knew. I learned, guys.
Oh, dear brother.
Out of stamina. Oh, and he does that.
Mark my words, Ashen One. You remain among the accursed.
Okay. Killing him twice definitely feels like less fluky, and that was a cooler looking ending, so I'm fine with that. Oh, so yeah, that was a real pain in the ass, but always a fun fight though. So let's look at his soul, and then look at the cool items we can get from transposition. Oof. Where is this damn dudes? Wait, did we not get it? Oh, Twin Princess. I don't know why. Okay. Going back to the chat. Tesso says, Justin, you swear you've messed you up. You've been playing Dark Souls for a long time and you're a lore buff of the series, and the words faith magic are driving you insane, lol. Prince Lothric has more faith in his scholars than he does in the flame. It's confirmed in item text. The first of the scholars doubted the linking of the fire and was alleged to be the private mentor of the royal prince. And so that first scholar is most likely Aldia. We talked about that earlier, which would presumably be why he's so against it now. And Max says, yeah, just spitballing. It's the scholars that might have persuaded him to not link. You knew you got that from somewhere. Okay. Testo says, someone please help you. You can no longer sleep. You need an explanation of faith magic. So yeah, it's miracles that resemble sorcery. So when we look at the, what is the crystal chime? Let's go to our items here. Should be near this. So when we look at the crystal chime, it's the power of crystals granted the scholars a degree of success. In this case, their work enabled this chime to be suitable for casting both miracles and sorceries. So it's being able to cast a miracle with intelligence, essentially. And this scales with both stats. And so being able to like kind of transfer between them is also in other things. So, oh, we picked this up in this spot as well, and I forgot to read it now that I remember. So this is talisman made from a lock of white hair. This lock of hair belonged to a deformed member of the Chaos Witches, mothers of the art of pyromancy. Fashioned into a talisman, it enables the wielder to cast both miracles and pyromancies. And then in the Sage's crystal staff, crystal spheres devour the will. Okay, so that's not. So yeah, even in the Eyes of the Staff, it's that the Flame Witches were at once both sorcerers and shamans. So Faith adjusts the power of sorceries cast using this catalyst, and the staff also seems to boost the power of dark sorceries. So Faith doesn't typically work with sorcery, which is kind of how you get like faith magic and magic miracles, I guess. I mean, those aren't real terms. It's just like him trying to come up with a easy way to describe it offhand. Miss Jack says, Lilith will only offer you 2 items for Lothric Soul this playthrough. Yeah. You can get it, but it'll never sit right with you. And Justin says, faith and intellect mean nothing. If Lightning Spear is an imitation of Gwyn's Sunlight Spear, then why can't someone who has faith in the scholars imitate Soul Spears using faith? Don't you dare. Alright, so let's go look at the souls again. Or the one soul, technically. So, Soul of the Twin Princes. One of the Twisted Souls, steeped in strength, blah blah blah. The 2 princes rejected their duty to become Lords of Cinder and settled down far, far away to watch the fire fade from a distance. A curse makes their souls nearly inseparable. So maybe in the English it does sound like they're 2 different things, but maybe it's the Japanese that makes it more than one thing. It could be one of the other items. I'd need to double check. So let me look at that way right now. Okay, so maybe some of the issue comes from the Japanese and that like the term used for soul could be both singular or plural. So yeah, it's saying that the soul like from the curse the souls was difficult to separate, or the soul is difficult to separate. So maybe it is supposed to be plural. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel. I mean, I guess it is more likely that it's 2 souls, because even when we look at the icon, we got like a really strong one and then kind of like a faint one in the background. So yeah, I'll probably just go with that. It is most likely 2 souls, but as this one item, it's a 1 soul, so it's kind of weird how it works out. And maybe one of the weapons says something different. Let me try to check that. Although... Big Guy says, God's Band are still streaming awesome. Yeah, I can't believe actually doing 5 hours for once. Intelligence ain't will, bro. Only pills you take are for chronic allergies that trigger by simply existing, sorry. You're wondering if the princes knew about Londor, if their goals would have aligned. Yeah, I wonder that as well. Twin Prince's Greatsword. Born from the souls of Lothric and Lorien, the Twin Princes. Yeah, it's a bit weird because the Japanese is like the twins. It's born from the like produced from the twin soul, and it could be like read as singular or plural, I guess. Okay. So it seems like the 2 souls were separate, but at least in the Twin Prince's Greatsword, they were like forged back together again. And then, let me see, Lothric's Holy Sword. No. Greatsword. Oh, so there's Lorien's Greatsword. Doesn't say too much right there. What else do you get from the Twin Princes? Justin says, souls being combined isn't new, 4K as an example. Can an Ashen One develop a twisted soul that is steeped in strength? Probably, I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't ask you to consume a dark soul like Gale. You wonder if mortals will kill themselves if they took a swig of Estus. Those 3 swords are all you get from them. So it was the Great Sword, Lorien's Sword, and what was the other one? Twin Prince's Great Sword. Lorien's Great Sword. And then Twin Prince's Great Sword? Was there 2 versions of the Twin Prince's Great Sword? No, let me double check. Lothric's Holy Sword. Or Lorien's Great Sword. Okay, so I want to look at the Lothric's Holy Sword. Lothric. Yeah, I guess it's just a bit vague. Alright, so let's go back to the shrine. Was there something else to do here after killing the princes? I don't think so. We just need to put all the swords on the, or all the skulls on the throne. So we got this one from him. Okay. Cinders of a lord left by Prince Lothric. If the lords will not return to their thrones themselves, let them return as cinders. The Lothric bloodline was obsessed with creating a worthy heir, and when this proved impossible, resorted to unspeakable means. Suffice it to say, the path to linking the fire is a cursed one indeed. So to me, like, in addition to, like, saying that their soul is cursed, this kind of leads me to believe that Prince Lothric and Lorien are supposed to be considered one being, which is why, like, Lothric can revive his younger brother over and over, and that's why they're cursed. But I guess it doesn't have to be read that way. So we'll just leave that for now. And then we'll travel back to the shrine. Gale is spelled as Gale? No, you spelled it correctly the first way. You always called him Gael, which you guess language really changes things. And Tetsuo, Alta says to Testo that you think given time the Ashen One would grow over time as their soul kind of digests all the souls that they've absorbed. Kale, like the vegetable. Lilith will probably have some actual, like, real dialogue, though, so maybe we'll cut it short here. I mean, short, we'll cut it long here. So tomorrow I'll talk to Ludleth, we'll talk to the Firekeeper, and I'll also decide whether or not I want to go kill the Soul of Cinder first, or go into the DLC and just leave the Soul of Cinder for the very last. So, everybody, we have run really long over time today. I don't think that's too big an issue, but yeah, just kind of completing that content that we were doing. So for all of you who've shown up over the period of this playthrough, thank you again. I hope you have a good day, and we will go live again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So until then, I hope you all stay safe, and hopefully we'll see you next time. So take care.